Hi, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Oh, I'm way to the side. Hold on.
We can't have that, can
Come
we?
to me, little camera. Oh, that's better.
Hi, everybody.
Now we're all centered and things.
Welcome back to Inspired by Mystery Podcast. Part 3
Travel recap, part
of
3.
the European vacation.
Yeah.
It's nice to see you guys. Who we got right now? Oh, we got a few cool people right now. Right.
A few cool people.
9. Awesome. Going with a good start right now. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Nice to have you guys back. That makes me feel like you guys are probably somewhat interested in our
good.
travels. Because we did the last 2 episodes on it, and it seems like it has been a pretty big hit. It's been pretty fun.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad that you guys are interested, and we're going to cover some more cool shit tonight.
Yeah. Oh, and Shannon's not asleep. That's good.
Yes. Yes,
good.
Shannon's here. Good. Okay, last time Shannon was sleeping.
Yeah.
And she was supposed to be.
She was like, I'm coming on. And then we never saw her. And she was like, yeah, I passed
Saw her
out.
again. I know. She said that the counter was down to 2 minutes. And then that was it. And then she was out. I'm sad you missed it, though, because we covered so many of our fun things from our trip.
Yep. We
And
talked about
were
you the
there.
whole time.
We did. We talked so much shit about you.
Definitely.
I know.
Yeah.
But you're here now, and that is fantastic. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
So
This is good.
good.
So anybody who's been watching, if they have questions for Shannon, feel free to throw those out there. Grill her on things.
Yes. You may. Sorry, I was just getting the last little photos together in my messenger, which I lagged on doing, and I apologize greatly. So there we go. Now you have my full undivided attention.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
2
just
minutes is a
prepare.
long time.
Could be nice.
That's what he said.
Yeah. It is a long time.
So, you're welcome, Josh. So, how's everybody doing? How was everybody's weekend so far? Did anybody have a good weekend? Did you do anything fun? Anybody do anything worthy of noting? Hence, noteworthy. Kirby wishes she had more fruit snacks. Don't we all? And it's good we got a star back.
Yeah. Hello.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No, nothing, Steve. Boo.
Nothing.
You did get tickets to Madonna concert, though. That's pretty friggin' sweet.
Oh, what? Madonna.
I know, I guess we got Madonna. It'd be so fun.
Madonna's just gonna keep going. Her and Cher.
She'll never stop.
Madonna and Cher.
Now she looks like a totally different person, though, which I find interesting.
That's very true.
She did not want to do the gracefully aging thing. Not at all.
She didn't do that.
And she's dating like a 24-year-old or something ridiculous like that. Like, hey, good for her. Whatever, man. Hey, ain't no shame in the game if you can be 60-something years old and get a 24-year-old, I guess.
Yeah. Good job.
Rock on.
Hi, princess.
Princess, what's up?
Hello.
Cool. Okay, we got a party going right now. That's good.
Yeah, Kirby got a root canal. That's fun.
Aww.
Root canal round 2.
That sucks. Oh, they have to go through your gums? Jesus.
Boo.
Stevie Nicks
Steven Hicks.
goes on sale this week. Fuck.
How much are those?
I love Stevie. Oh, I've never seen her. I'd love to go. We're going to need a lot of subs tonight. And a lot of bids. Fuck. That sounds awesome. I actually saw your post earlier on Facebook, Steve, that said that a bunch of new bands have announced their tours for this upcoming year. And that scared me. I didn't even ask. I wanted to ask, but I didn't ask because, unfortunately, I can't afford it.
Beck.
Fucking
too,
Beck,
huh?
and Beck is on my list of I've never
Beck,
seen and I
yeah.
need to see. God damn.
Beck is one I would like to see live for sure.
Santa skipped us this Christmas. Can Santa come
Yeah, right. We
In-
need Santa Claus Part 2.
like springtime and gift us with treats? 'Cause
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Actually, you mentioned bits and subs, and I noticed right before we went live that we actually have surpassed all of our goals. I
Oh
think
my God.
All the things that everybody threw at us last week.
Oh my
we
God, that's
passed all of those.
amazing.
So yeah, we're doing good. We'll have to reset.
We actually
All of our
we
goals.
didn't reset for January. which we normally would. So
Yeah.
that was December's goal. So at least we hit December's
Yeah,
goals
we hit December.
in January. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That makes me really happy. So we'll reset next time. But that's fantastic. I'm so glad we hit the follower goal, the sub goal, and the bit goal. That is fucking
Yeah.
awesome. High five.
High five.
Fucking rad. Cool. Thank you, everybody.
And high
that
five
helped
to all
make
of you
that
guys.
happen. Yeah, high five to you guys.
High five.
Bette Midler is coming also from a distance like a mofo.
Bette Midler.
From a distance. Yeah, it's kind of funny. As far as, people say people look like celebrities or whatever. Like when I was younger, I heard more than anything else that I looked like Bette Midler back in the day. And now the hip millennials think I look like Lady Gaga. So somehow I've Bette Midlered into Lady Gaga. I've heard it multiple times. Those are
I
the
don't-
only two celebrities I've heard I look like.
I don't get either one of them.
No?
No.
I've had probably a dozen different people tell me I look like Lady Gaga.
Maybe
Lady
when
Gaga,
you were
like a lot of
younger
them.
with your hair, maybe, but
Younger with the hair, the Bette Midler, I think
Yeah.
that was very big part of it at the
Mm-hmm.
time. But it's funny because somebody told me I look like Lady Gaga a while ago when I was hosting karaoke, and I was like, that's funny, I've heard that, and I've only heard one other person that I look like. Can you guess who it is? And they fucking said Bette Midler.
Weird.
I swear. I was like, whoa,
Okay.
okay, I guess I still got it, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking weird.
weird.
Yeah, so.
Oh yeah.
How about
I'm
you guys
hatless.
out there? Do you guys have any like celebrity lookalikes? Who have you been told that you look like, if anybody? Maybe you haven't, but like, have any of you guys been told like multiple times, like, "Wow, you look like this celebrity person"?
Hmm.
'Cause, I mean-
Celebrity doppelganger.
Bette Midler, I guess. All right, sure, whatever. My hair was red; it definitely helped. But Lady
That's
Gaga,
true.
like, okay, she's got cool style, but like, whatever.
Yeah.
I guess I could see it a little bit
don't
when
know,
I
I mean-
looked at photos.
I feel like every time I see her, she looks different anyway. So maybe one of them, like one of the times you looked like her, but I feel like she looks different every time.
But just her facial structure. People are going off like her actual like
yeah, but
face.
she's one of those that every time she does her makeup, she looks completely
Mm-hmm.
different. Like I feel like her face changes. Like she morphs around, and I don't know.
I don't know. I've heard it so many times. Shannon, I look like Honey Boo Boo's mom. I don't even know what she looks like, but it's probably not good. You're probably ragging on yourself right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because
What
I
she
know
looks like,
I've
but
heard of Honey Boo Boo.
if she looks like
don't
you,
know
she
the
must
mom.
be adorable then. So I don't know. That's all I know.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, I hope
Jennifer
it gets.
Goodwin or Cheryl Fenn.
I don't even know.
I don't know who either one of those
Uh-uh.
are.
Interesting. And then Dusty
Probably.
definitely is a Kurt Cobain lookalike.
Yeah, I get
Yep.
that. I get that one quite a bit.
Yep. Which is awesome. I'll take it. I don't look
I
like
just
any.
take
You
it
just look
to
like you.
be like, I look like a junkie. That's fun.
Oh my God, that's horrible. He was not just a junkie. Psh. It's a horrible thing to say.
Nobody looked like one.
When I was a kid, I was told a blonde Daniel Radcliffe. Just
Oh.
because I wore glasses and he was Harry Potter. Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
honestly, I think that's pretty cool.
that's pretty
You
cool.
know, I think Daniel Radcliffe is a cool dude. So
True.
that's a pretty good one. Awesome. Well, cool. So we're gonna go on a traveling adventure. You guys ready for that? Once Upon a Time was on. Jennifer played Snow White. Oh, you know what? I saw a couple
Oh.
episodes of it at first, but I don't remember anything about it. But I'll have to look at that up again for sure.
Kirby, I could see that.
When I bleach my hair and have it slicked back, I look like Malfoy. Dude, that'd be badass for Halloween.
It's a good Halloween costume.
That'd
sure.
be awesome. You just have to be a bitch the whole time and slowly pull it off.
Yeah. Have to work hard at that.
It's funny because the guy that plays Malfoy is like the nicest guy ever, too. I've seen interviews with him, and he is just like the coolest, like nicest, friendliest dude. And it's so funny because he plays such a horrible bad guy. And he did it so well. But he's actually like, oh, I'm really nice. I'm actually really nice. I'm not an evil Slytherin, I promise. So,
That's true.
you know, I feel bad when people get typecast into stuff when they play somebody that's like so horrible and it's like hard to look at them. Like the fucking lady from Harry Potter who's in The Crown now. That's a rough one, man. She was the pink lady, Umbridge, and she was just the fucking worst
She was terrible.
ever.
Yeah.
I hate her. And apparently there was some backlash. Some of the fans of The Crown were having a hard time handling the fact that she was Dolores Umbridge.
Yeah.
or like, they're like, we can't take it.
We
Like
can't take
it's Umbridge, and she's the queen, and like we can't unsee it. It's kind of funny.
That's true.
And then from Game of Thrones, Joffrey, the guy that played Joffrey, decided to not act anymore.
Yeah, there's no reason for him to act anymore.
Yeah, he was like,
He's
I'm
ruined.
good. He's like, people hate me, and it's cool. I'm just gonna do other shit. It's totally fine. I did it. It was great, but I'm over it. So
Yeah.
it's kind of funny.
Yeah, if you get typecast into certain roles, you can be ruined.
Yep.
But you could also get typecast into, good ones. Like, look at The Rock. Like, he's always the same. Like, and everything. And it works for him. He's doing good. And, like, there's a few of them where they just made that who they were. Adam Sandler, like, he rolled with that for a long time.
Yep.
He was just the same person in all of them.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then you got Keanu,
Yeah.
who's
Kinda
like serious
same.
and kind of dumb
Yeah.
and everything, pretty much. So
Kind of dumb.
kind of dumb. And then Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
Like, if you need a role where you don't actually need a lot of acting done, sure, have Nicolas Cage in it. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
And Denzel, there's some people that are just always going to play the same thing.
Yeah.
And if it works for them, it's good. But if
Yeah,
you're
it's
evil,
true.
then better keep doing evil shit,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, that's true. If you get people to hate you right off the bat, you may as well just stick with that.
Yep. But speaking of all this Harry Potter stuff, we did go to Harry Potter Studios, and we are going to get to that. That was so fun. So, do we have Harry Potter fans in the house? I'm not going to show you yet because we're going in the right timeline, but I just want to know how many Harry Potter fans that we got.
I hate Nicolas Cage for breakfast. Nicolas Cafe. Nicolas Cafe is actually where you go to order Nicolas Cage. You have
For
to
breakfast.
Go. Yeah, for breakfast. They're only open for breakfast and brunch.
That's
One order of Nicolas Cage, please.
I'll take the John Travolta special, though.
Mmm,
You know,
good one.
shaped like a face.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that one time you thought you'd get through your entire vacation in one episode? Yeah, that didn't work out so good. It did not. We tried.
To be fair, I didn't think that was going to happen ever.
Oh my god, no.
I didn't think it would be 3, though.
No, I didn't expect 3
But I thought-
either.
I knew 2, at least, was going to happen.
Yeah,
But
but
tonight,
now we're on
we're gonna
3.
sum it up tonight.
Yup.
We got to go through Toulouse. We got up through Carcassonne when we left last week. We stopped at Carcassonne,
We
saw the
did.
cemetery on our way out,
Yep, that was the last thing we saw.
and then we headed off towards Toulouse, France,
France.
and then on to London.
Yes,
Spent some time in London.
we did, and where we had to bid adieu to Shannon, which was super
Adieu.
sad.
Yeah.
It was a bummer.
So we're gonna start this episode out by saying bye to Shannon now that she's here.
Yes. So we're scrolling. We're going back. I'm going back to Toulouse, so you guys can see what Toulouse is all about. Now, we didn't even know, honestly. Like, normally with all the amount of research that I do, I try to look into what's all the cool stuff in the town. I look at all the photos and everything. But because we were staying in Carcassonne and we were checking out of our Airbnb and then heading to the airport, our flight was at like 4:30, I think. So we didn't have a lot of time. So I was like, all right, we'll just like check out of our Airbnb and then just drive straight to Toulouse, and we can just drive around and check it out and get some lunch, and then we're just gonna have to leave and head to the airport. So I didn't do a lot of research on it, which was kind of neat because it was a very pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
It was fucking
That it was.
awesome. Whatever, Shannon, you're not leaving. You hate us both. She's like, bye.
Whatever.
See you next week. Whatever. You're
You're not
here.
leaving. You're just gonna hang out and
better
go to
not
sleep.
leave.
We know.
Stop trying to leave us. But yeah, when we got into Toulouse, it was really pretty awesome, actually. We left
Yeah.
Carcassonne, and the drive was about an hour. So it wasn't a super long ride, an hour 15 maybe, to get there, which is why we chose that airport. It was the closest airport that we could get to. That was the main airport. So it was nice. We drove through some vineyards, and just the French countryside is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
That was real pretty.
So we really enjoyed that. But then we get to Toulouse. So I will show you some of our photos. So this is pretty much right when we like started driving through the city center. We were like, "Ooh, this is cute."
Yeah.
It's very different than everywhere else that we encountered while we were out there, which was neat. The building style was very unique to the rest of France that we saw.
Yeah.
And I don't know, we didn't get to zoom around the entire city, so I don't know about all the different areas and how diverse that they are, but we went straight towards like the city center, which I looked up online on the way there. I was like, where should we go have lunch? What's a cool area? And they're like, oh, it's a very picturesque area. So, okay, let's do it. They said, let's do it. And it was, they call it the Coral City or the Pink City because of all of the pink or coral toned stones and rooftops that they use.
Yeah.
So I was like, Pink City, that sounds pretty cool. So there you go. You can see some of the pinks and corals.
Yeah, it was
here.
fairly pink.
It was dolls and dogs. That looked pretty fun. So we had to drive around trying to find a place to park, which was not an easy task, to be totally honest with you. And it was pissing rain, which was not the most awesome thing to have happened at that exact moment when we're like, okay, we only have a little bit of time and we got to hustle, you know?
We gotta
And
go.
It was raining.
Yep. It rained.
When did you take these? Some of them were while we were driving
Yeah,
around.
As we were driving in.
And then some of these when we were walking. I took some of these photos too. I got some cute photos behind you and Dusty actually. So it was a very cute city. It was not as much pedestrian streets as some of the other places that we were at. There were driving streets, which was cool. And there was a lot of street art there, which I thought was really neat actually.
Yeah,
to
there
see
was some
everybody's
cool
street
art in this city for sure. But yeah, very, very New Orleans vibe. We got that connection immediately as we pulled in. It looked very much like New Orleans. And the little like balconies on the windows and the little bars and stuff, it just had a super New Orleans-y vibe, which we love. But it's funny because we've been to New Orleans, multiple times and love it, but there's always references to Toulouse, and there's like La Petite Toulouse and like different like Toulouse Street and all these different references, and then like the art, and it'll be like the posters of the dancers, and it says Toulouse, which there's also an artist named Toulouse too. So I didn't know if the reference was from the city or if it was from the art or whatever. But I guess they both go hand in hand. The artist was from here, which that's fitting. So coming into the city, New Orleans made a lot more sense, actually. And this one being different from the rest of France, I don't know why. I tried looking up to find out what the connection between Toulouse and New Orleans was, but I couldn't really find anything pointing at it. But as far as all of France goes, I guess New Orleans just got, their influence from here for whatever reason.
Yeah, definitely had some similarities. I mean, New Orleans is certainly its own vibe, but you can totally see like this little things as far as the architecture that was like that was way more New Orleans-y
Yeah,
than a lot of the other places in France that we got to go to.
yeah. The
A lot of these little
inspiration.
balconies, like this kind of stuff, balconies with flowers and stuff like that. You didn't see that very often in at least the other places that we went to in Colmar or Lyon or what is it? Requier.
Requier.
I still don't even know if that's how you're supposed to say it.
I don't
We're
either,
trying
but I've narrowed it down to Requier.
Yeah, okay.
That's
that
where I'm
sounds
going.
good. So yeah, it was pretty cute. So just walking around the streets for a little bit, we were definitely intrigued.
Yeah, your photos don't show the rain very much. That's cool. It looks like nice, like cloudy day. But
I know, yeah,
it
but
doesn't
it
look
was definitely
raining balls like it was.
definitely raining.
It was definitely raining
Yeah.
balls.
This building, oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it was, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Like it was
I don't
just
know what
a
it was.
beautiful, beautiful building with all of these amazing carvings on it. Like, look at some of these carvings.
Yeah, yeah, it was.
What
That one was
the
super
heck?
intense.
And that was like pretty close to where we parked our car too. We parked our car and we are like, oh my God, like what is going on here? I wonder what the building even is. Whatever it is, somebody cared enough to make all these beautiful carvings on it. It's
Yeah.
fucking great.
It's probably just like the courthouse,
Right?
the pharmacy.
And those columns, oh my god, it's so beautiful. There's Shannon's little head right here, her little wet head.
Little wet head. Yeah, that building was super cool, man. There was a lot of cool architecture, but that one, with all their relief sculptures, were amazing.
And then this was cool because I didn't really expect to see the half timbered houses in this area. It seemed like it was more specific to the German border areas and all that. But they did have some half timbered houses that were old. So you can definitely tell that that is an older building. And we learned something interesting as well, that the half timbered houses were not just an aesthetic thing, it was to help protect against earthquakes, which they have seismic activity out there, apparently not like, massive. It's not California or anything like that, but there are quite a few fault lines in that area. So they do have rumbles on a frequent basis, and they built the half timbered houses in order to help with flexibility to keep the houses standing in the event of earthquakes. So that's something I did not realize before.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Nice. I like this green building over here.
I
on this
know,
side,
it's
too.
cute, huh?
It's super cool.
It's bright. It definitely really stands out.
Yeah.
I
And
liked
the
this shot because
molding
it
around
had like all the like muted colors in the background, and then it had the green and then the pink umbrella.
Yeah,
I thought that was cute.
and that like blue garage door too. The
Yeah.
little slidey door.
Got some colors going on. So here is Shano
Stand dry.
standing here, getting all wet in front of this cathedral entryway, which was just amazing, like with all these beautiful carvings. Just like, oh, it's just another cathedral, no big deal, it's not even anything special,
It's
it's
just-
just there with its awesome carvings. Just like everything in Europe is just so fucking beautiful constantly. It's so annoying. Why is everything so beautiful out there? Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
And then we come back here and we're like,
Everything here is boring.
Bed Bath and Beyond. Great.
This building's square.
Yeah, everything is just so much more boring out here.
To the point where whenever we go downtown and we see like a brick building, it's a special thing. Just that it's brick. It doesn't have anything like cool going on with it. It's just the fact that it's a brick building that blows our mind
Yeah,
out here.
because they don't even
which-
build with brick anymore.
Yeah.
So I love the old brick buildings,
Mm-hmm.
and to see so many of them out there, wondering how long that these places have been there.
I know, right?
Forever. This was that cathedral, so all the carvings that we just showed you. This is the side of that building, and it looks like a fucking castle. Hold on, I need to move this down here.
Yeah, look at those ramparts.
Look at it. It's just hanging out. Just looking all awesome. Just walking by it. Everybody's just walking with their heads down, not even looking at it. I'm like,
Nobody's
oh
even
my
looking.
God. No way.
Yeah, Princess. I was thinking the same thing, especially in that last photo. All the shutters are super cool. And like, I don't know why we don't really have that out here. Why that's not a thing here. They seem super useful, and they make you want to open the windows.
Oh, yeah.
Like, but yeah, the
For
shutters are
sure.
super cool, and then like this little fence thing, like right in front of them. Like that was one of those things that is just one of those tiny little details that reminded me of New Orleans, because they have those on a bunch of the windows and the shutters and,
And
stuff
the shutters, too, for sure.
Because yeah, it's like it's not really a patio, but I bet those are doors. I bet they swing open, and then there's just a little gate right there to, so you have an open window, but you can't fall out of it.
And then they're
I think
old
it's
ass
super
doors.
cool.
Like, this is probably like, I don't know, a 200 or 300-year-old door.
Yeah, probably.
Like these little metal adornments there. Like, who knows how old that those are. Because they don't change stuff a lot of times unless it's broken and it needs to be renovated, They'll just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of thing. So, that's pretty epic.
Yeah, Kirby, that closed up window. Yeah, they're super cool. More shutters. We
Yeah,
got
more of the shutters. Now we're out of.
Oh yeah, there you go. There's one that's open.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
We're out of the
So, yeah,
heart
they've got
shutter
their-
territory, but now we have these little beautiful iron works.
yeah, so they've got their door open, but like there's not a patio there. It's not like a like a patio you can walk out on. You might be able to take one step and stand there, but really it just opens up into their living room or their bedroom, like, which is super cool. Like,
Which is so nice.
I want that. I think that's a great idea.
I know it sucks that there's no standing room out there. Like it would be very cool if there was actual little porches.
Yeah.
But hey, if you're a smoker or something like that, you can open it up. Or if you have animals, you don't have to worry about your dog flying out the window or something like
Yeah.
that. You know, because it has the little iron gate.
Yeah.
And
It
then
makes me
back here,
think of
this
the.
looks really pretty.
Did you ever hear about the baby cages from back in the 1800s?
Oh, yeah.
They would hang their baby cages out on those, and the baby's like dangling over the edge of it, but, just to get some fresh air.
That is crazy that people did that.
I know, right? It was recommended by the president.
Oh
so
my god.
They had to. Hear that pink door? That's fun.
Look at that. Yeah, this was neat because I was just walking behind you guys and I was seeing all these cool like, color pops and all these cool shots.
Yeah, yeah.
That was really neat.
Well, that's cool.
I just love the use of color.
Oh, me and Shannon match with our black jackets and denim.
Oh,
That's
yes.
good. And for those of you that are wondering, yes, I wear the baggy pants on vacation too.
Yep.
They go everywhere. Those are
They
my
certainly do.
my rain-worthy baggy pants because they don't drag the ground. As you can see, they hover above
Yep.
the water.
Yep, there you go.
And they're also some of the baggiest ones that I own. So, there you go.
Perfect.
What are those
They
little
suck up a
X's
lot
on
of
that
water.
building? Go back. There's little X's. What are those? Just like stitches holding the building together or something.
Interesting. I wonder if they're just decorative.
I don't know. Go up to the top ones. Maybe they are. I don't know. That's fun. Oh, look at that street sign right there that's embedded into the wall, the gold one. Like they have,
Yeah,
like,
there's a lot of those. Those are really cool.
They've got the street names on the buildings like that. And like that one's a cool plaque though. That's
yeah.
fun.
Yeah, that takes a minute to get used to too. Looking for street names
Yeah.
and automatically trying to look for street signs, and they don't have them on poles like they do out
Yeah.
here. They're like on the buildings. It's like that in Greece
Yeah.
and Italy a lot too.
Yeah, a lot of places have
Which
them
is
up on the
kinda cool.
walls, up on the buildings like that.
This is neat. This is just a walk. We're like, we're just gonna go find some food. Oh my god, I don't know how they got in there, but I love it. Look
There-
at
There's Pluto.
there's
What is
Pluto,
it?
and I got this in London. It's a rainbow friend, and it has little arms, and his name is Sir Roy G. Beverly the Third. I don't know why.
Yeah, I
it
don't know
went
why
to
that's
Pluto.
in there, but that's good.
Oh, it's doing the thing where it goes out of
Oh, yeah.
order.
Where was that? Was that a different thing?
Yeah,
We're not there yet.
that was London.
Not there yet. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why
so-
it goes out
I
of
don't
order
know.
sometimes.
Sometimes
It's
it
so
does
weird.
that. It's very weird. Okay, so let's find the X building.
Yeah, there you go.
So this was some really cool street art
Super cool.
that I found very interesting and thought provoking.
Yeah.
Think
Yeah,
people
the
could,
rosary
see
with the
that.
scale on it has got to mean something. There's got to be
Yeah.
some kind of meaning behind that the artist was going for.
Yeah. And there you got a little tulip just for good measure
Oh,
popping
yeah.
up right there, which is pretty cute.
Yeah, yeah.
I like it. Here's more of the really cool balcony. So this one looks like you can step out. There's like a long thing, so it's not very big, but it looks like you can at least step outside
Yeah, just enough to
there,
walk out.
which is cool. And then up here you can see too.
Yeah.
That's enough to just step outside and have a smoke.
Only not enough for a chair or anything, but just enough to stand and enjoy.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
Which is super cool. I really would not mind having something like that.
Get to watch the passerbys.
Yeah, especially in the city like that, I think it'd be really cool. I mean, we have a tiny upstairs balcony off of our bedroom, which is nice. It's just wide enough for some chairs, we can hang out on. But I like this idea, especially if it's like off your living room or something, and like you're up in an apartment. I think it's cool.
Me too. So the star says it's for the virtue of justice or balance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the scales, yes, but being on a rosary was an interesting
Yeah,
way to
yeah.
display that.
Maybe it's something about the balance between good and evil or something like that.
Maybe.
Heaven and hell. I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't feel like there's a lot of justice when it comes to uh, strict Catholicism.
Yeah.
I think that's feels a little unbalanced
Yeah.
in my personal
That's true.
opinion.
They don't strive for balance.
No,
But,
not so much. Follow these orders and you will be saved.
uh,
Okay, so there's more Invader,
more Invader.
which is super cool because I didn't expect it. And there's like no other street art in this wall, and then it's just like bam, this little guy, and it was so cute.
Yeah.
So we walked down the street looking for a place to have some food. Here's Shan.
Yeah,
Getting
we
all rained
walked
on.
into a bunch of places trying to find food.
And a lot of the places were pretty busy. It wasn't that they were turning us away. We weren't allowed to be there like in that one place. But yeah, we needed to find somewhere that was a little on the quicker side. And we did want a really nice French meal. It was our actual last meal in France, which is really sad. But we were not disappointed. I guarantee you that.
No. Yeah.
Look at this little street. It's so fucking cute with
This
all
little
these little
street was
markets
so cool.
and stuff.
Yeah.
It was adorable.
Yeah, this was another place where just walking around, like I wanted to go into all the little cafes and all the little bars, and all of them had patios that I wanted to just sit and have a beer on, like just watch all the people go by. It was super cool.
Yeah, it was great. I hope to go back at some point.
Yeah, definitely. I really do want to go back to this city because it seems super cool, and it was big enough to be an actual city, so there's going to be stuff going on. So I feel like we could hang out there for
Yeah,
a few
it was a
days and
legit
really
city.
enjoy
There'd
it.
probably be a lot of stuff to get into.
Yeah.
It's probably some really cool stuff. I wonder what their deal is, what their vibe is, what their thing is over there. We weren't there long enough to like get a feel for it, but we could at least see the architecture. And
Yeah, because we
That's
only
pretty
had
cool.
a few hours there. Like, how long were we there?
oh,
We
I
had-
think 2 hours.
Yeah, like
I think it was by the time we got into town. I think we had 2 hours before we had to leave, so it wasn't
I think
very
we had-
long.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I think we had about 2 hours to find a place and to
Oh,
go.
Mod Love, Roxy's here.
Oh, hi, Rox.
Yay, hi,
Hello.
Roxy.
Hello, hello.
I'm so happy that you're here and you have joined us.
Yeah.
Hooray! Everybody say hi to the most cutest mod in the whole land. We're princess waving you.
Oh, you got Princess
Yay.
waved?
Yeah,
Yay.
cool. What are you up to? How's your day going? You got the day off so you could hang out with us? That's freaking
That was
awesome.
nice of you.
Cool.
Yeah.
We're doing a journey around Toulouse, France right now.
Yep.
It was our last day in France.
Last day, and then we ended up in this
Just
city that we really wanted to spend more time in, but we had, like 2 hours is really all the time we had. So we had time to run around and find somewhere to eat, and most of the restaurants were full. It was like, I guess it was like peak eating time in Toulouse. So most of them were full, and like we couldn't really get in. And a couple of them, like, they were very nice. Like, it wasn't like they were in Rickvier where they were just super mean and like, not possible, you can't eat here. we
Yeah,
hate you."
everybody was chill.
Right.
But I thought about it too. It's like because every place closes in the middle of the day, which this is something about France to know that a lot of places, restaurants specifically and cafes, they close at about 2 p.m. and then they
Yeah.
open at about 5 or 6 p.m. So they do like a siesta type of thing. Now, not every place. Some places are still open, but it's extremely common to have places closed. So I think when we were there around 1 or so, they were just trying to get everybody in, and then boom, at 2 you're out. You know.
Yeah.
I know it's really weird that people that were just kind of rude,
Yeah.
like
Rude.
it's not possible. Like, "Oh, get
Especially
outta here,
knowing
you
that
freaks."
Americans are going to tip way more than they should. So, like, I feel like if any business owner, if I was, a foreign business owner, Americans would be the ones that I would definitely let in because they're just out of habit going to tip you,
Yeah.
which most others are not going to.
True.
So,
But then also, on the other side of the coin, some people would probably rather not even deal with Americans because you have Americans who don't understand the cultural differences sometimes, and they come in and they're like, yeah, bro, I want this thing, but, no this and that, and can I get extra this, and blah, 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 which is not very common out there. I would
Yeah.
imagine if there was something that you didn't want, you could potentially ask for, can you just please hold the whatever, the thing. It's a dietary thing or something, but I think it's kind of looked at as like rude to the chefs because they've prepared it this way. So
Yeah.
a lot of Americans are very picky about what it is that they want, and then also split checks, which they don't do.
Yeah.
They don't do split
Not
checks.
doing that.
You can do multiple payments, but split checks, they don't honor that. So I bet you a bunch of Americans come in, want to be picky pants, and also are asking for split checks and being really fucking annoying. And they're like, even if you're tipping, it's not even fucking worth
It's
it.
not even worth it. I don't need your money. That's
know.
probably very true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the have it your way culture, for sure. For sure. And in a lot of ways, I really like that. I like the fact that we can kind of make things the way that we want it. Like, I don't want to not order this burger because there's mustard on it, but I want everything else, but I won't eat the mustard. Like, it is nice out here to have a little bit more versatility and freedom with those things, and then making it easy as far as telling beforehand, hey, can you just do separate checks? It's easy. Which, by the way, for anybody that goes out into the service industry, ask your server beforehand if you want to do separate checks. It's very appreciated.
Yes.
But yeah, to come up later and do that, it's tough. And I think that other cultures, they're just so used to doing things a certain way, and then Americans come out and it's very annoying. So I get it to some degree, but not everybody's like that, Like, not everybody is, but there's judgment there on everybody's part. And even if we would like to say that we're not judgmental people, we all are and have to be on some level, just for survival purposes. We have to like assess situations, and I bet there's some assessment, and then us looking weird as fuck too, going into some of these small towns. People are like, what the fuck is this,
What?
They're punks, they don't know nothing, they're just gonna be annoying. It's like, no, we're not, I promise.
Yeah, but how do they know we're not in some famous band? We could be rich as fuck.
They don't
They don't know that.
know that.
We've been asked multiple times if we're in a band, so
And it was
It
cool
can
because
happen.
at the time I was in a band, so I was like, yeah. Like, hey, if you want to treat me extra cool because I'm in a band, sure. Yep, totally in a band in Seattle. It's great. They don't have to know I'm not like some famous rock band. Whatever. What do they know?
Pluto's coming in.
Oh yeah,
We're
Pluto.
getting-
Pluto
we're
coming in
getting
hot.
comfy. Okay,
Oh,
good.
he's about to start purring. You guys are
good
going to
job.
hear epic purrs, I imagine, any moment. Yep. I could see it being a little bit rough for people, especially with language barrier and stuff, But at least Shannon speaks French. So we thought, oh, this is going to be awesome because we're going to France
easy.
where we hear people aren't super, super nice and friendly all the time, especially if you don't speak the language. So you should try to do what you can, at least to say, like, hello and thank you, like, in French. It's a nice thing to do. But that bitch speaks French, and it didn't even help us during some of these bad experiences. But I think it really did help during other experiences.
I think so too.
And it's funny because Shannon was so hard on herself saying how shitty that she was at French. And she was having full-blown conversations with everybody in fucking
Yeah.
French. And maybe it wasn't, like, perfect French because it's been a while, but, like, it was way more than we got.
That's true.
We're like, merci.
Yeah. Buongiorno.
Yeah. Whatever. Almost 10 words. She was having full-blown conversations with everybody. Don't listen to her.
Don't listen. She doesn't know.
Full of shit. No, you did really great, Shannon. You did
Yeah.
fantastic. And it was really super helpful.
It made things way easier for us a lot of times.
It did, and I think that people treated us better because of that as well. I do. I think that if it was just me and Dusty, we might have not had as good of a cultural experience in some cases. A lot of people did speak English, and they were happy to speak English to us, but not everybody. And some of like the gruff like servers that were men. It's funny because most of all the women servers were pretty nice. Everybody was real friendly, but a lot of the men, especially the older men, they were just kind of like, what do you want? And we're like, but Shannon speaking French, I think, helped a lot. They're like,
Yeah.
okay, somebody knows what the fuck's going on here.
It was funny that multiple times there were like, especially the men that seem super grumpy that come up and they take your order and they're just like, what do you want? Like, take your order and like you'd ask them a question and they're like, like whatever, like, and then by the end of it, they're like cracking smiles and being sarcastic with us, and like they realize that we're just sarcastic, cynical Americans, so we were the cool ones, I guess, and like
Totally.
we got a few of them laughing at some things and making jokes, so It was good. We found
Yeah.
that common ground.
They
but-
liked us at the
yeah.
end. It was good. But Shannon definitely helped. But it was
Definitely.
funny because sometimes there would be people that spoke English and they were speaking English to all of us addressing the group. And then Shannon would just start talking to them in French. And then they're talking in French. And we're like, we don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They speak English. Stop it.
Yeah, I still
So-
don't know what they're saying now.
But like it was good to see you being able to speak French with them and
Definitely.
everybody.
But
was-
thank you for
was into
ordering
it.
my drinks in French, so I didn't have to deal with that.
Yes. But it was funny because she, growing up in, or not growing up, but living in Miami, like she kept saying "si" to people. Then she'd be like "we." Like,
Si,
I
oui,
guess
oui.
it was really cute. Actually, I really liked it.
Yeah, it's fun. At least I knew what that meant.
Look at this building. This was awesome. I was like, what?
Yeah, the brick with the
Yeah.
friggin' wood in there.
Oh, it was so cool. Beautiful. And then the little flourishes, like over here on the building here, like, oh, wow, it's so
Wow.
fancy.
Yeah.
With the columns built in, was like, pfft.
Yeah,
And that's
And
just like
those-
a regular building.
and
It's
those
like,
round like windows, like the round doors that open up
Yeah.
onto the little tiny little patios. Super cool. I like the
really
little arched-
pretty.
little
And then
arched
I like the
doorways.
stripes too, the little stripy
oh,
things. Like there was quite a bit of that.
Yeah, that
Germany
was
and in
actually-
France, they did stripes with the bricks. I really like that.
Yeah, that was a pretty popular thing. That was pretty cool.
I dug it. And then this was right across from the pub that we ate at. And this was so awesome because it's so fucking old.
Yeah.
Look at this shit.
Yeah, it's like
Like this old brick covered in plaster,
what's it called?
half timbered.
Half timbered, and then like it looks like some of the timber had rotted out, and they had refilled it and patched it, and like it's been there forever. Super cool though.
So cool. Like, how old is that building? How haunted is that building?
How haunted is that building? How many people died there?
It's probably super haunted.
This whole trip, every time we would go somewhere super old, Shannon would be like, "Do you know how many people died here?"
This is true. Right? How haunted.
Right? Hella
Ooh,
haunted.
Roxy, since you were not present last week when we were talking about Leon, I have to tell you later about the room in Leon that we stayed in that was super spooky.
Yeah.
It really was. Shannon, shut up. You experienced
Shannon doesn't
you
know.
experienced some weird shit. Just fucking admit it. Deal with it. You already admitted it.
Shannon's the
You
one
can't
that
take
said
back.
it was haunted. We didn't even. we didn't
It
say
was
that
it
till
was
she
it
did.
was pretty bizarre. It was
Yeah,
it
there
was
was weird shit.
definitely an interesting thing. But we told the story last week, so I won't reiterate it the whole thing. But I will tell you, yeah, it was bizarre. She says la 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 la. No, it definitely freaked her out. She wanted
I'm
to
not
hop
listening.
into bed with us, but she was too brave to do it. But yeah, it's a interesting story. For sure. I mean, it was a place built in the 14th century. Like, what do you expect?
What do you expect?
Sometimes
What are you
there's
gonna
lots of history in a place, you know? Shit. What do you do? Okay, so this was a lovely looking menu.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So this is where we ended up. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the prices were real good.
Yeah. So this is where we ended up. All that walking around, we were looking for a restaurant, trying to figure out where can we get our last French meal. All we wanted was like last French meal. We wanted the best one we could find, but most of the restaurants were just full. Couldn't really get into it. So we ended up finding this place, and super tiny, super cute. Not many people in there. Ended up being a
So cute.
bar, and the food we got on that menu, it was pretty much just their bar food, and it was the best freaking bar food that I've ever
Yes,
had in
it
my
was.
entire life. That,
Look at it.
that guy, look at that guy.
Oh,
Look at that guy.
shit.
Came with a little salad.
Okay, have you guys had croque monsieur before?
Croque monsieur.
If any of you guys have had it, you know it's the best. If you haven't had it, you need it sometime because it is a ham sandwich on American bread, which is larger size bread, and it has shitload of cheese on top. Some places do bechamel sauce and cheese. I don't know what they did, but it was this thick cheese, and then they toast it, and it's fucking good.
It's real good.
Borscht. Oh yeah, the French onion soup. Shan, some of the menus it said French onion, but some of it just said onion soup.
Some of them.
Some of it did say French onion because they know
It's true.
they were taking ownership over the soup.
This is our onion soup. Of course it's French.
Oh, I took that to send to my friend Henry, Shay Henry.
Shay Henry.
Look at that little cute building with all the stripies. How fucking cute is that? Oh my god. it's
Also,
such
at that
a
little
cute
bar where we ate, the soundtrack was really fun. It was like French, like modern folky French stuff, and it was super fun. It felt artsy. It was like almost like the kind of like the soundtrack that they have at Starbucks, where it's like the modern, like folky type of thing. It was kind of like that, but French and fun. Way better.
It was nice. It was definitely a local spot.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell there was a few people that were just locals just sitting there hanging out, and we just pop in.
Yeah. And then some weirdos walk in.
Hello.
Asking a bunch of questions about their menu and looking for things, and the girl behind the bar is just like, I don't know, we don't have that. Oh, and one of them, I thought one of them was like a tomato soup thing, and turns out it was not. It was not tomato soup.
It was not
and
soup.
I
We were like, we
ordered-
want soup, and she's like, we don't have soup, and we're like, but we thought it
It
said, and
says
she's like,
tomato
it's not
soup.
soup. We don't have soup. And we're like,
She's
fuck.
like, that's not what that says. Oh. hmm. Okay, well, none of that then. No, don't give me the tomato soup.
Borscht, though. I wish
Borscht.
we had borscht.
Yeah.
I think some of you guys might remember last week the reason we're yelling borscht. It's because Shannon thought that cheers in German was borscht, but it's Prost. And she was just yelling soup at all the Germans
That's
on
Russian.
New Year's Eve.
The Russian soup.
It's a Russian soup.
Borscht.
Russian beef soup.
I
It's
was
great.
dying. I had
We'll
tears
never
running
not
down
say
my
borscht
face.
or
Yeah.
soup when we cheers. I think we need a tattoo that says borscht.
Oh, we should totally get a borscht tattoo.
That would be really, really, really,
Two
really
clinking like beer mugs.
funny. Yeah.
Borscht.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
I'll do that.
Fucking do it. Let's do it. It was so funny. I loved it. I just loved how much you tried to convince us that it was actually correct, and we're like, dude, it's not. It's funny, but it's not. We should. I'll totally do it. There we go. Shannon standing on the 20.
Standing on the 20.
Why don't we do this? This is so cool.
That's super cool.
I know I'm like stuck on the stripes. I just think it's so cool. If you're gonna use bricks, like you may as well, right?
Rocks, yeah.
Oh yeah, Roxy loved that photo specifically that I put of you, Shan, when I made the borscht post because it just showed you like looking so
Like, what?
confused at that restaurant in Prague that we went to. I tried to find the most like picture of you, and it was perfect. And Roxy was like, "That's literally the best fucking picture for this ever." That was funny.
Yeah.
It was fucking great. This is cute. This
That's
is
a
like
cool
a little
photo.
street corner. What's going on over here? This is all fancified.
Oh, yeah, that looks super fancy.
That's pretty nice.
Whatever's happening. Oh, the little statue things?
Two little statues.
Cool.
Yes. Can we get in there more? Let's see. I know, we're the worst.
We're definitely the worst.
Well, to be fair, we weren't the one yelling soup at Germans, so maybe it's you that's the worst in reality.
How many Germans are still laughing? There's so many confused Germans right now. They're just like, what?
And nobody corrected you, which is so extra funny to me. They were just kind of like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, Americans.
Which now makes me just want to, like, next time I'm in a bar, just start cheersing people with random words and see if anybody's like, what? Just start saying random things.
Pumpernickel.
Pumpernickel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it made so many laughs. We laughed a lot on this trip. There was so much laughter and giggling and sarcasm, which I really needed, because it was a rough one. It was a rough lead up to that trip, guys, and I really needed all the laughs that we got. So if you didn't fuck up and say borscht, we would have missed out on a lot of laughs, so thank you for that.
It's true.
I don't know, there's this cool art
Super
on
cool.
the wall. That was really random and neat.
Kirby. Yeah, that's fair enough. If there was some German yelling soup at me, I'd probably just be like, yeah, totally. I'm not going to disagree with that either.
That's true.
I had a friend that every time we'd go to Cheers or whatever, somebody would say Cheers, and right before we all clinked glasses, he would throw out something extremely inappropriate, and we would all end up cheersing to something terrible. Like, we'd end up going to Cheers, and he'd be like, "Yeah, necrophilia, clink," and you're like, "Oh, damn it!" Like, so you just end up cheersing to something fucked up.
That's really funny.
I loved it.
Funny. Oh my god, that's hilarious, actually. Okay, speaking of hilarious, so now we end up at the airport, sad but true.
Moo.
Now we're at the damn airport, and we're about to fly back to London, and we had a bunch of leftover money too. Shannon had like $8 million in check money, and we don't even know how much that was worth. You probably still have it. You probably haven't even traded it in yet. And then a bunch of euros too. So we like had to go spend a little bit of money at the airport just to get rid of some cash. So I got some really fantastic violet tea. And then Shannon just gives me $20 and was like, "Here, take this money. I need to get rid of money." And I was like, "Well, I need to get rid of money too." Okay, cool. So we ended up buying a little gift for our friends in London that we were staying with, which was good. So we're at the airport, and then I see this guy, which is pretty fucking hilarious. This shit cracked me up. I had to get a picture. "Looking for a temporary girlfriend in Toulouse," and it's just this guy.
It's just a guy just standing in line.
It was really funny to me. Like, where did you get that bag? And did you get it on purpose, or was it like a free bag they gave you, and it was just like,
Yeah, why?
like, I don't know.
He probably brought that to Duluth with him. He brought it from
It was so
wherever.
fucking funny. Roxy, they did not make you claim it unless it's over $10,000, which we definitely did not have $10,000
No one
in
has
cash,
that.
for sure.
I don't know. Looking at that stack of cash that Shan pulled out, she may have had close to that. she just kept pulling out wads of foreign money. We're like, "How much money did you pull
And
out?"
we'd be somewhere, and she would
Jeez.
just pull out a bunch of money and be like, "What about this? Do you take this?" And they're like, "No, we don't
They're
even
like,
know what this money
don't know
is."
what
And
that
she's
money
like,
is.
"It's from Prague," and they're like, "No, we need euros." She's like, "Okay." Then she's like, "What about these coins?" Because some of the coins, like, it's hard to tell the difference between the euros and the Czech crowns when you're not very familiar with it. So it was very funny.
true.
It was fucking funny as shit, dude.
Uh,
Oh yeah, the veggie mop sauce. Yes, that's so funny.
Veggie mop
I was
sauce.
actually just talking about that yesterday. That's hilarious. We were talking about English and veggie mop sauce. The shirt came up. In case if you guys have no idea what we're talking about, in Japan, there was a lot of English that they were trying to put on things, and one of them said veggie mop sauce, which obviously made no sense. But they were like, "Oh, it's an American. It's so cool," you know.
Yeah, veggie mop sauce.
And they thought it was pretty good.
Mm.
Regrets. I have epic regrets about not getting that shirt. That's okay, though. Okay, so that's us at the airport.
Yeah.
And then here is us on the plane with two of the amazing kind of Pringles that we got. Let me just tell you, I know it sounds random. Why are we talking about Pringles? They have so many Pringles kinds. It's kind of like, you know, in Japan, how they're like, there's so many Kit Kats. And everyone's like, oh, you go get all the fucking Kit Kats or whatever because they have flavors they don't have here.
Yeah.
Pringles, man, it's like next level.
There was
So
a lot of different Pringles.
The Emmental is Swiss cheese. We learned that because we were like, we don't know what that means. And then we figured it out like, oh, it's Swiss fucking cheese. There's paprika ones, but the best, so you can see the fucking cheese on here. The best one was the mushroom, cream of mushroom.
Oh, man.
Pringles.
Yeah.
It was really good. It was so good. Oh shit, I remember when we ordered crepes and saw someone else's order and we're like, did we fuck up?
Did we fuck up?
We're at this amazing restaurant in Lyon, and all we wanted was like badass crepes. We hadn't had crepes the whole time in France, and we're like, okay, we're gonna get some fucking crepes. Tomorrow, we're going to get crepes. So we go, and the menu looks so great. We order these crepes. We haven't even come out yet. And we see them bring out this food to this table next to us. And we're like, excuse us, sorry, we are eavesdropping here. Like, what did you get?
What did
And
you
they're-
get?
we're like, that looks so good. And I looked at Shannon, I'm like, did we fuck up? Oh man, I hope we didn't fuck up because that looks so fucking delicious. Oh my god. And
Yeah.
then we got our crepes and we in fact did not fuck up.
We didn't fuck
because
up at
they
all.
were so amazing and beautiful.
In
and
fact, we may
wonderful
have
and
won.
great. It was so good. But it's just funny when everything is so good
Yeah.
that like you want all of it. It's like impossible to
Yeah.
eat all of it. You can't.
There were multiple situations like that where the food would come out for somebody else, and we're like, "Oh, did we fuck up? Like, that looks so good."
But it's good because we shared everything. I love that we always shared everything. So like we would get our own meal that we would predominantly eat, but we would all share bites of everything. So we got to try everybody's shit. And yeah, those Swiss cheese Pringles were really good.
Yeah.
But the mushroom ones were really good.
Yeah, those mushroom Pringles were the best, man.
And then we had
Those were
so many
good.
different kinds of Pringles that upon leaving, I was like, just put a bunch in one thing rather than having 3 cans, combine them together. So it was kind of fun because there was like so many different kinds of Pringles, and you're like, what's it gonna be? Is it this? Is it a mushroom? We don't know. It's just like
No, I
a
know.
grab bag.
It's gonna be good, whatever it is.
And then of course, at the very beginning of the flight, we hadn't even taken off yet. We had just sat in our seats. We're getting all cozy, and Shannon, like a little fucking 5-year-old, spills some Pringles on the floor, and she's trying to pick them up, but there's like people walking, and she was like, "Oh, I fucked up! I fucked up! There's Pringles on the floor."
Didn't they dump
Like,
out
"Oh,
in her
no."
bag
They
too?
did. They bumped that in their fucking bag.
At one point, just hearing her go, "Ah, shit," and like just seeing her pick up this Pringles can out of her bag, and I'm like, "Oh, those dumped out in your purse, didn't they?" Like, oh, that's not good. Now you got Pringles crumbs.
There's a lot of Pringles.
a
Oh
lot of
man,
Pringles.
there was a lot of Pringles.
They
And
had a lot of Pringles flavors.
I don't know. I never have Pringles as my go-to, but I always like them when they're around. I just don't really think about it. So Shannon was like, Pringles duty. And then she had all these snacks. We had so many snacks. We were hauling so many snacks around with us. It was so funny.
Snacks and stinky cheese.
Let's just tell you about the snack bag that we had. Because it's Fritz. So, like, it's naturally it's going to be more fun than a snack bag we would have here.
It's true.
So, it was a combination of Pringles and tea, or British tea, and like 3 different kinds of gingerbread. So there was gingerbread cookies we got in Prague. There was one giant gingerbread cookie that said "Merci,"
Giant.
which honestly, sadly, was not very good. It was really dry, and I was pretty sad because it was like a giant cookie bigger than my head, and I was super pumped on it. But it was pretty dry, so we let that go kind of quickly. But then there was these little gingerbread loaves that they had at a bunch of the stores. They were like prepackaged loaves, little squares, and they had all different kinds of like fruits or nuts or whatever in them. So we got apricot chocolate gingerbread squares. And honestly, they were okay. They weren't as moist as I wanted them to be. They're a little bit more stiff, but it was still good. So we're hauling that shit around with us. Then we've got rolls, baguettes, croissants, for sure. Then we had our Pinot Gris jelly. We had multiple kinds of cheese. All the cheese. So we had the jar of bar cheese that we had left over. We had our Munster cheese that was so awesome but smelled like a dead fucking body.
Well, the best smelling dead body you could find, though.
It smelled like death.
Yeah.
Which is weird because you would not think Munster cheese would smell bad, but like, yo, it smelled bad. Yeah, the foie gras.
Foie gras.
Yes. And then we went to Switzerland and we stopped at the gas station and we got multiple more kinds of cheese.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting because
And
they
all the
had
sausage things.
they had Gruyere cheese, but it was like processed Gruyere. We tried it. It was really weird. It was like American cheese singles, like Kraft singles.
Yeah, they were
in
in the
the
little singles
plastic
wrapped
package.
things.
But
Yeah.
it was Swiss. So we had to try that. And then there was those little rosettes, those little like cheese rosettes that I don't even know what kind of cheese it was. I was like, I don't even care. It looks super fun. And it was great. And then we had, those little sausages. There were these like little tiny sausages that actually like looked like sausages, like twisted sausages. Those were
Or like-
super good.
Or like baby fingers.
Something like that,
They
yeah.
look like a little.
But it was like a Slim
Chubby
Jim,
baby
but
fingers.
like a real.
Yeah, and those had cheese in them, so it was like a Slim Jim with cheese like pressed into it as well, and they were real good.
And then the juice with hats, the little hats.
Yeah,
I don't know
all
if you guys
juice with
saw
hats.
my
Yeah,
Facebook post, but the juice with hats, it was so good. Oh,
Yeah.
it was great. So, yeah, we had a lot of snacks that we were hauling around in this fucking bag everywhere that we went. It was great because we always had some fun stuff. Oh, and then chocolate. There was a lot of
Yeah, and then
chocolate
all
too.
of the chocolate.
A lot of chocolate.
A
Yep.
bunch of those.
Yep. It's right,
Yeah.
right here. It's like within arm's reach. Swiss
the whole-
chalet chocolate.
Whole bag of
cup,
chocolate.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll show you guys. I have some left here.
Mm.
I didn't show you guys this last week. So French chocolate. It's kind of a bizarre configuration for this box because it's just like a cardboard top like that. And then it has this little like paper sheet.
Ooh, fancy paper
And then
sheet.
here's what's left.
This is what's left. Yeah, it was like a mixed chocolate thing, but all of them were
Fucking
better
good.
than any mixed chocolate box we ever had.
Oh my god, yeah, they're really good. Yeah, they're really pretty. The ones that are left in there are really super pretty.
None of them had weird fillings. You
No,
like the
they
ones
were
you get
all
that are shaped like a
great.
heart, and then like they have all the ones that are just like not good. Mhm.
Okay, yeah, that was pretty fucking good.
Sarah, I don't know. The chocolate and cheese is going pretty quick. The cheese is already
Oh
gone.
yeah, there's barely any
There's
chocolate
no more
left.
cheese,
The
and the
cheese
chocolate is
has been
going
left in our bellies. It's really good. I mean, we could have chocolate and cheese any other time, but as far as all the
That's
good
true.
stuff, it's super sad because
I like chocolate and cheese.
I just keep
any day.
waking up thinking about cheese,
Yeah.
but French cheese, and I can't have it. It's super depressing.
No.
It's fucking
No cheese.
Myrrh. And then we didn't get to London yet, but we got this gigantic Toblerone,
Boom. It's giant.
and look at how cute this is. Dun-dun, you could get them custom made for free at the airport. You just type in your shit, and then they print it out, and then you put a little sleeve over it. And here's the coolest thing. They have different kinds of Toblerone
Damn.
in Europe. So this is fruit and nut Toblerone.
Fruit
so
and
it's
nut.
the regular honey almond nougat, and it also has raisins in it.
It's
So
real good.
that's pretty cool.
But like one triangle of the Toblerone is a giant hunk of chocolate. Like
It's big.
the
Should I pull
bar
it out?
itself is huge,
I'll pull it out.
but one like triangle.
Yeah, look at it compared to the size
Is
of my
like-
face.
Yeah, look, it's bigger
It's
than
so
an
big you
eyeball.
can't even eat it one.
Yeah.
Okay, it's impossible.
Yeah, that's even like I take big bites, and one of those triangles is 3 bites for me. Like it's a big piece of chocolate.
It's great because you pass it around and everybody is like, "Oh, I'm good," and I'm like, "I'll take it." Like I always, I will eat all of it.
Yeah.
It's not too much for me.
Yeah, it's
I'm
a
a
lot.
chocolate
It's a lot of
monster.
chocolate, but the fruit and nut is real good. I'm a fan of the fruit and nut.
Oh, and then also something else we were hauling around with us. Shannon, we never opened them while you were there. Sorry, I'm eating them right now. But they are the Czech version of Smarties, which American version of Smarties are like those little like pasty kind of like I
The
don't
little
know, just
chalky
sweet.
candies.
Yeah, chalky kind. Not pasty. I guess that's not the right word. Yeah, chalky. But in Canada and in the UK, Smarties are kind of like M&Ms, but they're different flavor and different colors. But then they had these. It's lentilki, and this was the Czech version.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing, but it's just said
Yeah, they're like
lentilki.
It's like a
I have to go
large
with it.
M&M with a thicker candy coating,
Yeah,
and
for anybody that hasn't had
better
Smarties.
chocolate.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chocolate's good. It's super good. So that was kind of fun to get to try.
You put some in vanilla
Ooh.
ice cream.
That sounds great. I have some
sounds pretty
Rocky
good.
Road ice cream. I might have to chuck some on there later. That's a
Bet
good,
that-
that's a good thought.
Bet that'd be good blended in a milkshake too.
And you
Crunchy
know
one.
what? M&M cookies. I love making cookies with M&Ms. I bet if you put some Smarties on that, it'd be bomb.
yeah.
And they'd be prettier colors too.
That's true. That's very true.
Mm-hmm.
These-
Yep. Yep, I am a sugar addict.
Yeah.
Dial 666. I am a sugar addict. Shit, well, you know, we all got our thing. I was trying to eat all the sweet things out there, which I did my best. There was a lot of shit I just couldn't physically do, but I wanted to eat all of it. And then Shannon drank all different kinds of wine. She tried all the wines, so that was like That was her thing. Dusty was good with whatever. He didn't
Yeah.
really have any.
And the beers.
Thing.
I wanted all
That's
the
true.
burgers, but I didn't get a single one.
What a
But I had all-
fucking vacation in France.
Well, it's like gourmet capital of the world. I bet they had a really good gourmet burger. We'll never know though.
You
We'll
ate
never
a
know.
burger in London.
Not French. London, France? No, not a thing.
They're real close though.
Yeah, whatever. So we're real close to
Just
Canada, and our
okay.
Smarties are completely different.
You know, that's a very, very good point.
But I did have all the beers. I had all the foods. All like the sausages were really good. All the
Oh,
meats were
man.
good. All the cheeses. I loved all the cheeses. But
Dude, yes.
yeah.
What was your favorite cheese that we had?
mm,
Do you have any specific cheese experience that stood out?
I mean, the fondue in Switzerland was just like, that was real good. Your fondue we had in Lyon was really good at that little spot. Was it Lyon?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
It was good, but it wasn't the same.
nope, Switzerland, the
was
Swiss
good.
fondue was way better, dude.
But yeah, I like cheese.
Okay, that's so funny. Roxy said that Chris would be like that too. They'd go to France and he'd want to go somewhere that had pizza, which is interesting because there is a very famous dish that is like very popular in the Alsace region, which is where like Colmar and everything was at that bordering of Germany and France area. And it's called tarte flambée. It's not a tart and it's not flambé.
Yeah. Turns out.
Let's just start off with saying that it's neither one of those things. I don't know why they call it that, but it's essentially Alsatian pizza in a nutshell. It's like a flatbread kind of thing, and then instead of red sauce, they do some olive oil or different kinds of sauces and have different kinds of toppings on them, and it's light on the cheese apparently. So people like it, and they eat it all the time out there. And almost every restaurant had tarte flambée.
Yeah.
And I totally wanted to try it just for the sake of trying it, but I didn't want to like waste a meal on pizza.
Yeah.
You
We
know?
walked by and we saw a couple of them, and they look like it'd probably be good. Like if we were gonna be there longer, I would try it. But compared to everything else on the menu, it was like that's not where we're going. But you know, if you're looking for like a quick lunch or something, you're just gonna like wander by and grab something,
Yeah.
and, like split something with a friend. Like it'd probably be very good. But
They looked totally good.
Yeah.
And I a little bit feel like, fuck, we just should have got one and tried it just so we could say, like, yes, we tried the local cuisine, tarte flambée. Every article that I read about, like, you know, cuisine in the area, it came up on fucking everything. But I just didn't want to eat pizza while we could have all this, like, crazy shit. So we ended up just
Yeah.
eating as much, like, off-the-wall shit. as
especially because
as
we know
could.
that Americans do pizza the best. Like, don't
But-
tell the Italians that, but we do.
But
way
the
better.
one thing that I did have that was, I guess, similar to a pizza, but was not quite a pizza, was New Year's Eve when we were in Germany. There was some little food stands that had some like different yummy stuff, and I wanted to eat something before, you know, New Year's and shit closed and whatever. And it was what the fuck did they call it? Do you remember what they called it? I have a photo of it. I don't remember what they called it, but it was like
No.
a Middle Eastern, Turkish or something like that version kind of pizza. It was like a big puff thing. It was almost like a big pita or something,
Yeah.
but it was like a puffier, fresher than a pita. It wasn't as dense as a pita. And then they put like garlic butter and then cheese and then a topping, and then you didn't melt the cheese. The cheese is just like shredded on there.
Shit. Yeah, that was. I think that's what it was called. Pretty sure.
Shit.
I'm pretty sure that was what it was said on the sign. It was one of these.
I have a photo of it somewhere.
And yeah, Kirby, the pizza in Italy, it is good. It's real good, but America does it way better, man. Like we
I have to agree
we
on that one.
definitely bumped it up a notch. Not to say it's not good in Italy, but we took it to a whole new level. But and actually, when you got that pizza thing in Germany, I did have a burger of sorts there, but it was like they called it a brat burger, and instantly I was like, yeah, that sounds good. But it was just like mini brats. They had like 3 mini brats on a burger bun with like nothing else on it. So it was like a dry bun with brats on it, which it was very good. The brats were amazing, but not like
It wasn't a
burger.
burger,
You know,
no.
but it's still good.
Oh yeah, Rock did that the New Year's Eve video. I'm glad that we did a Facebook Live. I thought about it while we were
Yeah,
there.
thanks
I
for
was like,
watching.
oh my God, we should do a Facebook Live.
Yeah.
I don't know if the service will hold up, but we could fucking try. You know, I thought it would be fun for people 8 hours to 10 hours behind us or whatever would be like, what the fuck? It's like New Year's out there.
Yeah.
Just check it out. But it was fucking crazy. Like there was so many fireworks everywhere at every second. I don't even know if you could hear what the fuck we were saying. 'Cause it was
Yeah,
all-
it was hard to capture what was going on camera because it was everywhere. It was just like constant.
And then
which-
Shannon got hit in the head with a firework.
Yeah, which I thought it was interesting because there was no, like, without the city doing a big thing, and like without, you know, like New York has the ball that drops and everybody watches the ball drop, so everybody can like count down together. Well, there was nobody leading anything, so there was no like real like countdown
It
essentially.
was just like,
to
look at your cell
midnight.
phone. Yay,
Like, yeah,
midnight.
so I was telling them, I was like, luckily we do have cell phones now where they're all kind of synced up, like due to satellites and stuff, so they all kind of show the same time. But can you imagine, like, before cell phones, everybody was just kind of like, I don't know, and then just somebody would start lighting fireworks, and everybody else would be like, is that it? Is it midnight? And just like start shooting stuff off. I'm like, I guess it's midnight, and like, at least we had cell phones to help somewhat synchronize things, but
And it started
kinda
going
weird.
off before midnight. It was like 2 minutes before midnight,
it
and people
did.
started getting fucking crazy. And I was like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, is it midnight yet? And we're like, no, it's not even fucking midnight yet.
yeah.
And then it like really turned up to 11. And yeah, Steve, for real. It was like watching the news in a fucking war zone, dude. It was fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, pretty much.
It
There's
was
shit
fun.
going on.
Getting to walk around. I felt bad it kept like cutting out for a little bit. That was bumming me out. But I just wanted to like keep it rolling for as long as possible, walk around and just kind of have everybody on the experience with us. Like it was really fun doing a live thing and being like, you guys are here too.
Yeah.
Hooray.
And yeah, Rocks,
Shit's
no, they
crazy.
didn't really have anything. I guess the church bells may have been ringing
I didn't
like
hear
at the
nothing,
castle
no.
or whatever, but you couldn't hear them. Like it was, everything was exploding, so there's no telling. But
It was just
I'm
a bunch of
like maybe they
explosions.
rang the bells, so if somebody, you know, if nobody was shooting off fireworks, maybe there was the gonging of the bells or something. But that was kind of weird.
Yeah, it was just like rapid fire. That's all we could.
Yeah,
could
all
fucking
we
hear.
know is all of a sudden the sky lit up and there was smoke everywhere and it sounded like bombs were going off left and right. Bombs
And
to the
everybody was
left of
very
me.
nice too. Like everybody was nice, and everyone was just running around saying Happy New Year to people, and it was
Yeah.
pretty nice. It was a cool experience. We only had
Carrying-
that one day in Germany.
Carrying around all their glass mugs and champagne glasses.
Yeah,
Like, yeah,
it was pretty cool though.
that was super fun.
It was pretty neat. So I do recommend if any of you guys want to just have a weird ass New Year's,
Yeah,
go
just
to Germany.
people running around yelling soup at each other. That was a good night. Good night.
It's true. It's fucking true. It's so funny. Yeah, yeah. Yep, there you go. Shannon was just running around, yeah. Yelling too.
Yeah.
It's true. It's so true. That shit was cracking me up. It still cracks me up. Oh my god. Love
Okay, so back to the trip. We're leaving.
Okay, we're on the plane.
We're on a plane.
Dusty's eating Pringles.
Oh yeah, that's one of the Pringles.
Yep. There we go. Look
Shannon
at how
had enough
excited
of
he
them,
is.
so she shared
Yes.
with my new hat and my new sunglasses.
Yeah, let's check out his new hat.
That was fun.
It's a pretty cool hat.
Yep.
Got it in Colmar. It is red corduroy on the brim. And then it's this cool like wool with different little flecks of colors in it. It's super cute.
And we were driving around, and like, since it was all sunny and the weather was like gorgeous, I was like, man, I should have brought my sunglasses. Like, I didn't bring sunglasses because I didn't really think I was gonna need them. I was like, I should have brought sunglasses. So I started looking for sunglasses, and by the time I found them, it was all cloudy. So I bought sunglasses, and I didn't need them for like
That's
3
true.
or 4 days. And I was like, well, glad I got those sunglasses. And then finally, I got to wear them. I was like, hooray! I got to use my sunglasses. But either way. Yeah, thanks, Rox. I liked it. That's nice. The little bill is corduroy. That's fun.
Oh yeah, Shan, we did end up in an Australian bar in Germany.
Oh, yeah.
Australian style bar.
Yep.
We just hung out outside.
Yelling cheers
most
in
part.
Russian.
Yeah, it was obnoxious inside. It was like clubby and stupid.
Yeah.
But we just needed a place to sit the fuck down for a hot second because we walked like forever. So we just like sat on this bench, and Shannon had to pee 27 times, so we just hung out outside the bar so she could
Yeah.
go to use the bathroom.
Yeah, and they had a place to sit down, and then outside the bar, they also had a little like walk-up bar, which was kind of cool on the outside, and then you could like chill on the sidewalk with your beer. So I went up and ordered a beer, and it was like Australian, so I was like, I don't know what kind of Australian beer. It wasn't Foster's, so we got whatever beer. I took a picture of it. Oh, it was Hell.
Hell,
That's what
yeah.
it was. It was called Hell, and I was joking that we went to Germany and I asked for a beer and the Australian lady gave me hell. but but it was pretty good, and then we were able just to get our beers and not have to go inside, and then there was no line for the bar outside, which was nice. So that was pretty good. Hung out and had our Australian beers in Germany, and
Yeah, we sat there for a while.
yeah, that was good. Good times.
Yes. Yes. I'm glad. That was good.
Yeah.
Okay, so now here we are flying to London. We have the River Thames right here, which is kind of neat to see from above. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
I was trying to zoom real good on my camera, but because we were moving so fast, it wasn't working. But I got pretty good zoom on my camera, so it was pretty neat to be able to see some stuff. So now we're on the tube, and our friend Claire came to meet us actually at the tube station,
Yeah.
which was fucking awesome. Actually, hold on, let me go back here because that's before you're leaving. Let me do this in proper order.
Yeah.
So yeah, my sweet little friend Claire, I had met her. We were there. I don't know, bunch of years ago, 7
20
years ago, something like that.
2014. or something.
And we met Claire at this bar in London, in Camden, and we just became friends. And we've been friends ever since. We've hung out with them a couple times. Every time we come back to London, we make plans to hang out. And this time, her and her fiance, longtime partner Theo, invited us to stay with them, which was awesome. So she
Super
was
cool.
just so cute. Where she's like, "I'll come pick you up at the tube station." And I was like, "You don't have to do that and go out of your way to get us. You can just tell us where to go and we can go." And she's like, "I don't mind at all. It'll be cute." She said it'll be cute. I'm like,
be
"That
cute."
sounds great."
And
And
it
it
was.
was really cute.
It was super cute.
She's fucking adorable. Let me show you a picture of Claire. In this moment, Claire and Shannon. She is absolutely fucking adorable.
Yeah.
And everybody's waiting by this little, like, I don't know, fence thing when you are walking out from the, like, security area.
Where they
at
stand there
the-
with the little signs that say, ride for whoever.
Yeah. And she sees us and she just starts waving, like flailing. And she's like, "Look at that cute person. Is that your friend?" And I was like, "Yes,
Yeah.
obviously. It totally is." And she ducks under the little fence and just comes and runs and
She
hugs
came
us.
running
She's
over
so
to us.
fucking cute. She's
Yeah, it was fun.
adorable. And I was really excited for her and Shannon to meet because I knew
Yeah.
they would just love each other.
Roxy. Yeah. No, she's
She's so
super
fucking
adorable.
cute. She's so
Especially with her accent too. Like she's just
She has a very Cockney
the cutest
accent.
little person.
which is which is just fantastic. It's super cute. So we go and hang out with those guys. We drop stuff off at their house, and then we went to this cool bar. It's like a circusy themed bar. And here's some of our photos that we were taking in the photo booth.
Claire's fit. We all tried cramming in there and didn't know if we were all going to be in there or not.
It was fucking funny. And then the other one is there.
But
the other
on that
one?
photo booth, it was funny too because on the outside there's like a screen that runs through like previews of the previous photos that people have taken. So we're standing there waiting for our pictures to come out, and it's running through previous photos. And one of the sets that these like 3 or 4 girls did, they all did like topless photos, and it's all of them just like shirts up taking these
There
photos,
is
and
just
it's on this big
titties
like
flopping around.
digital screen on the outside of the photo booth. We were cracking up. And we're like, well, they were having good times.
They totally were.
Yeah.
It was fucking funny, dude. So that was our first night in London together because Shannon got to London solo because I was in a hospital. Super bummer. But we were excited to be there together. So we had Claire came to pick us up. We were walking back, and we saw something epic in the sky. Walking from the tube station to their house, which is only like a 3 or 4 minute walk, we saw a fucking fireball meteor,
Yeah. Which
which
is super
was
cool.
awesome.
Just
I
like
mean,
right in front of us.
right
It's fun.
in front of I caught it. At first, I was like, "What the fuck?" And then I was like, "Oh my god!" I wanted everyone to see it because a lot of times you see it and there's one person that's looking down and they fucking miss it and it sucks. But in this one, it was burning long enough that everybody caught it.
Yeah, we all got to see it.
It was so cool, and it's London. It's like being in Vegas or Seattle or LA where there's a lot of light pollution, and you can't even really see any fucking stars anyway, really.
No.
And this was like massive and super, super, super bright, and I
Yeah, it
loved
was super cool. And
it.
just shot like straight in front of all of us. It was awesome.
It was so good. So loved it. That was super fun. And then we show up at their house, and we have to tell Theo, "You missed it. Sorry, we just saw a fucking fireball. You
It's
missed
fine.
it."
You
By the
missed
way,
it.
also hi.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we went out to this cool bar called the Aeronaut, which is like I was saying, all circusy themed. And that was really cool.
Yeah, the little
to go
booths
see.
out back, like outside. Each
didn't
little
take any
booth was
photos.
like covered and different colors and like different paintings inside of each little booth. It was super cool. And then they had a little like heater in there, which was funny because it was like on automatic timer. You have to push the button to turn the little heater on, and whoever was sitting next to the button was on heater duty because the timer, it would only last for like, I think it was like 10 minutes or something like that. So every time it went off, the person had to like push the button. So as we moved, it was like, you're on heater duty, and that was fun.
Okay, here's the little outdoor booths here.
Yeah, there we go.
So we were sitting in one
A
of
little
these, and they
different
each have their
color.
own
We were in
little
that
heater
blue
here.
and green one, I think, right there. I believe so. But
Yeah, it was
super
cool.
super circusy.
It was definitely.
And I guess they
cute.
have like circus themed shows and stuff inside, which in that little space, that space was closed whenever we went there. So we got to peek our head in there in that room, but the door was closed, so there was nothing going on in there. But cool little bar.
But yeah, the little courtyard's really cute.
Yeah, that courtyard was awesome.
I thought that was super fun.
And both of the bartenders were super stoned. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
Wasn't it Shannon
But-
ordered a shot or something, and she didn't know what a shot was?
Yeah, she
Which doesn't make
couldn't
any fucking
figure out
sense.
what size, like what glass to put it in. The girl was like real confused, and luckily the dude that was bartending, he was like, "I got it, don't worry." He was laughing, but they were both super stoned. We were cracking up, we were just laughing. But oh, and like we ordered Bushmills, and she didn't know what Bushmills was.
She obviously was not a bartender. Was she a cook or something? That just
I
happened
don't.
to
I
be
think
by
she
the
was just
bar?
very new. She seemed pretty young, but I think
Gotta be very.
she
new.
was just very new.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah. Nope. Shan, we did not do several shots. We did a few, but definitely not several.
Never.
But yeah, that bar was
Would never.
super cool. It was a fun little.
Yeah, it's
Fun
too
little
bad that
spot.
they didn't have a show going on
Yeah, it would have been
while
cool.
we were there. That was neat. But yeah, it was super cute. Super cute little spot. So then after that, we went to the, what was it, the Lion and Pineapple or something like that?
Yeah, the something and something, as all of them are named. They're all something and something.
Oh, I didn't put the picture in. Hold on, I'll have the picture.
Dolphin and Horse Tavern.
That was a really
like-
weird one.
Yeah, they're all something. So there was like the garlic and clove, or the freaking like pepper and sausage. Like they're all the something and something. Every one of them. It was really weird. There was a bunch of them. We were cracking up about it. But yeah, the horse and pineapple was one of them.
Okay, yeah, this is the. Okay.
Was that the one?
Yeah.
The cock and balls.
That got come on. The red
has the
lion
crown
and
anchor.
pineapple.
Oh yeah, the red lion and pineapple, Yeah.
So
which go hand in hand.
So it's what's considered a Weatherspoon, and I had never heard of a Weatherspoon before we had come to London the first time, and it was explained to us by Claire and Theo because they're like, yeah, we can meet at a Weatherspoon. I was like, I don't know what that is, and they're like, it's like a Weatherspoon, dude. I was like, I still don't know what that is. And
Yeah.
they're like, oh, that's
Say it
weird.
again, see if I know.
So it's super common out there. It's essentially a a dive bar, but not dive bar in the way that we know dive bars are usually a little bit dirty and dingy and more, I don't know, on the punk end of the spectrum or whatever, or just like trashy,
Like
you
a
know?
hole.
Yeah. But there, I mean, look at this place. It's very nice.
It was super nice.
The booths are nice. It's got like carved wood and shit like that, but they're known to have cheaper drinks and cheaper, more like bar food and coffee and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's like nice. Like their fucking wallpaper and shit in there was like real nice. Like it looked fancy. And it's funny because Shannon was like, this is like the fanciest pub ever. And I was like, it's funny because it's a fucking Weatherspoon, which is known for being like just cheap.
The not fancy.
Yes, she had actually ordered a bottle of wine. Shannon got a bottle of wine and it was 12 pounds. And I was like, damn, I was like, it's only 12 pounds for that bottle of wine at the bar. And the lady was like, yep, Weatherspoon. He's like, prices went up everywhere else, but the Weatherspoons really didn't. And I was like, no shit.
Okay. Well, Princess said people used to rent pineapples to impress their friends at parties at their house. You could rent a pineapple? We should start a pineapple rental
Shut
service.
up. Oh
That's
my
funny.
God, no way.
Ah,
That's weird.
that is weird.
I did not know that.
Sweet. Thanks for that little bit of knowledge there, Princess.
But yeah, Rox, it's not a dive bar
not a dive
in the
bar.
way that we know of dive bars. It's very bizarre. So I don't
But it's
know
one of the
what their
cheapest
standards
like,
are.
pubs around there, and yeah, and there's a bunch of them. Actually, at the airport, whenever Sammy and I were leaving, we were waiting to find out what terminal we had to go to, and grabbing food. And Sammy went and ordered food, and there was a magazine sitting on the table. So I picked it up and was looking at it, and it was like Weatherspoon magazine. And I was like, what? Like, okay. But apparently it said that over, like, one of the articles was that over 250 of the Weatherspoons are actually listed on the best like the best beer selection pubs in England, like all up, and it was like all these different Weatherspoons. So I guess Weatherspoons are, it's just like a, I don't know if it's a chain. I was trying to figure out if
It's
a,
not.
It's not a chain.
No.
So okay, so different bars are just like registered as Weatherspoons or
Yeah.
known as Weatherspoons.
Yes.
Kind of like the bars are known as dive bars. They're known as Weatherspoons.
Yep. Because
Okay.
at first when I was trying to get the information out of her the first time about like, what is it? Is it like a chain? She's like, no, they're different, but they're all kind of the same caliber,
Okay.
which is weird because we don't have anything like that out here.
No.
We'll just call something a dive bar, but it's usually like shitty.
Yeah.
But there could be punk dive bars, and there could be like Coors Light drinking like sad old man dive bars, you know, and they're not the same. But out there, it just seems like everything's pretty like
Yeah.
standard British looking.
Yeah, it was all kind of
It's weird.
dark wood and brass and very well lit. Honestly, all the ones we went into were very well lit, which I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah, make it
They're
a little
okay.
more moody.
Yeah, I like our version of dive bars where they're dark and dank and yeah, the
Well,
moodiness.
Let's Google it.
But
What is a
Weatherspoon.
Weatherspoon? Okay, this is talking about JD Weatherspoon, which is a specific company.
What is Weatherspoons in UK? Do that drop down.
JD Weatherspoon is a pub, restaurant, hotel chain with establishments located across the UK and Ireland. No. Brits explain pub chain to confused American.
Okay, yeah.
That says it's a national pub company operating nearly 900 sites. Maybe it's underneath the same company, but you can
Yeah.
have different pubs as a part of it. You know what? I don't know. American asked internet to explain Weatherspoons to her, and Brits have incredible responses. Okay.
There you go. There's no. It looks the same inside, like very well lit. And we went to one when we first met. Um, Claire and Theo too. They took us to one,
Yeah.
and it was also very well lit. And,
Yeah.
but
Well,
they generally have a good tap list.
let's see what this video's got to say. Oh, explain it. Oh, there's a fucking ad. Sorry. Okay. I'm just going to wait for a whole 12 seconds to get past this fat tire ad, which is interesting.
They're listening.
Because we talked about beers.
Talking about pubs.
Oh,
Specific bar or specific pub
hold on. Let's start.
to me because I keep seeing it everywhere, and I know it's not like a specific bar or specific pub, but I just don't get like. I don't get it. What is it? What is it?
The UK, everyone calls it spoons. 3 Jaeger bombs for a fiver, 2 pitchers for 12 quid, and you get yourself a meal and a pint for about 6 quid. The rumours are true, you have to walk a while to get to the loo. Didn't mean for that to rhyme. However, the price of the drinks just like makes that okay. It's usually a place in the UK we go for prinks or day drinks. Oh, I want to go spoons now.
Oh my day, you Americans like eating, so you've got McDonald's. Now we like the pub, so we've got Wetherspoons. McDonald's is brilliant because it gives you all of your favourite foods really cheaply. Now, because we like drinking, we like Wetherspoons because it brings us all our favourite drinks, but cheaply. Now, a concept that may be weird to you is town prices, but this is prices for drinks in the city. Now, at your local working man's club, a pint may be £2.50. In the city, quote, town prices, they're usually double. But Wetherspoons comes along and goes, right, we're having less of this, let's get paid a tenner. That's why we love it. And the way, just like a Mackey's. So,
A Mackey's. I guess that's a McDonald's.
What the fuck?
She's like
Okay,
sat
everyone
down.
that's explaining Weatherspoons keeps mentioning the toilets and like the restrooms.
Because they're 40 mile away from where they were sat. They get a scale Everest, cross Grand Canyon, take trip on Orient Express, summon a demon, climb 40 flight stairs just to get to Bog. Be
What? What the fuck?
That's
was
what it was like
that?
talking to anyone that we met at a bar in Scotland and Ireland. That's which is exactly what I was looking for in Scotland and Ireland at any pub we went to. It was like, where's the people that I don't know what they're saying? And that's there they were.
Like, I know you're speaking English, but I don't know what the fuck you're
Yep.
talking about right now.
I know those are probably words. These are
That
words
was
I know,
really
right?
funny. Yeah, that was not just a regular British guy. I don't know what that was. That
Yeah, I
was
don't know
pretty
what's going
fucking
on there.
funny. But yeah, there you go. So that's the best explanation,
Yeah.
I guess, of a
I didn't
weather.
feel like the bathroom was real far away. I mean,
No.
it was on the opposite end from where we sat, but that was like our fault, right? We should have sat closer
I don't
to
know.
the
I
bathroom.
didn't feel like it was an issue at all.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, it's interesting. I guess it's one company,
Yeah.
but there's a bunch of different ones that operate under different names and different owners and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So I guess
So
you
yeah,
can register to be one.
Roxy said it's one company, but you can franchise with a different name. Like that's what it sounds like.
I
Sounds
guess
like
so.
that type of thing. They're all they're all the same but different.
Either way, they're great. So
Yeah,
if you ever
they're great.
go to the UK, definitely don't pass up the Weatherspoons because it's cheap and cool, and they've got lots of really cool, I don't know, cool vibes. I like the vibes in there. It feels very like I'm at a British library type of
Yeah,
thing. It
yeah,
feels
it's
very
really fancy.
librarian-ish,
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess. There's what do you call it? Fireplaces in a lot of them too,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is nice. So it's like cozy.
Little fake plants. It's nice.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Everybody
I
likes
don't hate
fake
it.
greenery, right?
And so you guys know tipping policy is different in each country that you go to. In England, it is not customary to tip on drinks. So it's hard for Americans because we're so used to going to a bar and you absolutely tip on drinks and you tip on food and you just like tip on everything. And even when you pay at the Weatherspoons, it doesn't even give you a tip option on the thing. And we were like, excuse me, it didn't give us a tip option. Like, how do we tip? And he's like, you don't have to tip. And I'm like, listen, we're Americans. Like, it'll make me feel better to tip. And he's
I
like,
feel like an asshole.
and I've been there so many, what was it, the 6th time we've been there? And I know this, but I still feel like I at least want to leave like a pound or something,
Yeah,
you know?
something.
And he was like, seriously, out here, it's okay. Like, it's not traditional to tip for drinks. If you get food and you want to throw a couple quid, that's fine. But, like, don't worry about it. We get paid a reasonable wage. And I was like, okay.
I'm still not sure
But
what a quid is.
Quid means like bucks. It's
Okay.
like the way we say like $20. It's actually $20 is the official term.
Oh, okay, so
but
it's
20
still-
bucks. It's their
It's still
nickname.
euros, but they. are
It's
called-
not euros. It's pounds.
Oh yeah, pounds. Sorry. Same thing.
That was close.
But yeah, so it's their slang for it.
It's their
Oh,
slang,
I, did,
yeah.
I thought I didn't know that was a thing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Every time they said quid, I was like, yeah. Is that like cents? Is that like, I don't know.
That's pretty
Okay.
cute. Yeah, it's like $20 in
Okay.
Brit terms or whatever.
Quid.
Yeah. So yeah. So if any of you guys go, don't feel compelled, and especially if you do feel compelled, let's say there's like a meal for 4 or something like that. It's like if let's say we all went and just got a regular meal, we got fish and chips at the pub or whatever, and got some beers. Like throwing down maybe like 2 or 3 pounds is like totally an appropriate thing to do. It's really hard because we are so used to doing 20% that a lot of times we overtip, and sometimes people just take it, but more times than not, I've had people tell us it's too much
Yeah.
and be like,
Yeah, which is actually
please
really
don't.
nice.
It's very nice because they could just fucking take it, and some people just take it. But it's funny when we first got to London with Tavia for the first time. She's so sweet. I told her before, and I'm like, I know you're gonna feel like you need to tip a bunch, but seriously, don't. It's okay. And we go to the pub, and she tries to tip. I think it was like 10 pounds or something like that. Which was totally like what we consider a reasonable thing. And the guy like flagged her down, and he was like, "Come over here," and she's like, "What?" And he's like, "This is too much." And she's like, "No, but I'm from America." And he's like, "Trust me, just take it back, please. If you want to leave like 2 pounds, that's totally fine. But like while you're here in the UK, like
Stop doing that.
stop doing it. It's okay. Thank you for trying, but like please don't." So he like gave it back, and she came back, and she was like, and I'm like, "I told you." I know it's really hard, but I fucking told you. And it's just something that's hard for us to wrap our heads around because we want to be kind because that's how we show kindness out here, and it's different. And even more so in Japan where they're like, "Do not dishonor me by tipping me," and you're like, "Fuck, I'm really
Yeah,
sorry."
They did not like that at all.
Hey, Chid, all right. So Flames, is that was the good team one?
Yeah,
That's the
were
one
we,
that you're supporting?
we were rooting for Flames.
Fucking Flames.
Good job, Flames.
Good.
Way to get
good
a hole in
Flame.
one. I'm not much of
Cool.
a badminton player, but
I'm glad you popped in though. After your game, I'm glad you had fun time.
he
That's
popped in during the game.
good. Oh, I know. I saw him for a second,
This guy.
which was so sweet. That was so nice of you. You didn't have to do that at all. But I'm
Hardcore
glad
mode.
that you did. You're so sweet. Yay, Flames. Okay, so since we're talking about Claire and Theo, I'll show you Theo, our bud, who is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
He is such a nice guy. I'm so glad that we got to hang out and spend more time with him while we were out there. He is fucking awesome. And Dusty's actually going to start working with him soon,
Yeah.
which is fantastic.
Actually, I just messaged him today checking in on that.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's
super
really
nice
great.
guy.
Yeah, he's going to have Dusty do some graphic stuff. And we just threw it out there that, like, hey, if he works for you for a little bit and things are good, we don't know if it's possible, but if there is any possibility of being able to somehow work for getting a work visa for Dusty, so that way we can actually go live out there, it'd be fucking great. So we don't know if it's going to happen or not, but we're going to
sick.
try. As far as him owning his own business, I'm not sure how that works, but if he does say, this is my designer that I specifically want, like, it's up to the UK whether they would honor that or not. But we're gonna try. We're gonna fucking try. So if so, it might end up being a thing where we can actually go live in the UK.
Yeah.
I'd love it. Oh, it'd be so fucking awesome.
Definitely.
So we will see about that.
I could definitely live in London.
Greece is definitely definitely still contender. Greece and Italy both.
Yeah, still contenders for sure.
Absolutely, we're not throwing it away. It's just it's getting a little bit sketchy with all of the with the climate changing and the fires becoming so prominent.
Yeah,
in
climate
Greece.
change is fucking with
It's
Greece,
picking
man.
up pretty fast, and it was what, like 6 years ago when we had decided we wanted to live out there, and even in 6 years there's been
Yeah,
a lot of fires. It's getting a lot hotter, it's getting a lot drier, and there's been some like horrible fires, and it's a little bit scary to think about it.
yeah, fires that are real close to highly populated areas, and then after the fires and like the rainy season comes in, there's all the landslides that come after it, and like it's just not been good. Greece is not doing too well with climate change at the
No.
moment.
So it's definitely not off the table, but it's something we're kind of watching. And Italy is not as bad with the fires. So
Yeah.
I mean, there is still fires,
Not
but
as
it's
bad.
not as bad. So it's something we're thinking about. And Princess, okay, that's something that I will have to look into before anything can move forward. Anyway, Princess said she was asked to move there, but couldn't because of the 6-month quarantine for cats. I will not do that to my cats.
Yeah,
I'll never do that to my cats.
we're gonna have to look into that.
So if that is the case, then
But it would depend on what that quarantine was like, you know, and like what that was going to mean. Like when we looked into Japan and it was a long quarantine like that, like it was going to be a bitch and it was going to be terrible because they were kept at the airport, which is like going to be 2 hours away from you, and you were required to feed them and water them and everything. So while they were there, you would have to be going back and forth and doing
which is
all of it,
impossible.
which is pretty much impossible.
But any quarantine, like if it
she
was,
said it's not that long
it's
now.
not that. But
So
even
it-
if it's a month, like I'm not
yeah,
gonna
it-
put Pluto in fucking jail, you
Yeah.
know, for a month,
No,
man.
for sure.
Oh
So
hell no,
it would
man.
depend on the situation.
They would be
and
so miserable.
if it's quarantine like what we do for COVID, where it's like they just have to stay in one place or something like that, maybe. But
Yeah.
yeah, it
At
would
least
just depend on the
In
stipulations.
Greece and Italy, I looked into it before we even thought about moving forward, and you don't have to do. There's no quarantine at all. You just have to make sure they have their shots and they are like they have their like parasite cleanse or whatever within, I think it's 10 days of traveling. And you just show them the paperwork when you get there, and they're like, okay, your cats are fucking good to go, no problem, take your cats, and you leave with your cats from the airport. So that's pretty much all I'm comfortable with doing, with very few exceptions. Like I would never want to make them feel like we abandoned them and traumatize them. Like, oh my God, they're my fucking kids, man. I could not do that. It would be horrible. Can you imagine how upset Jedi would be? How mad he would be? He'd be so
pissed.
fucking mad, dude.
He would have angry eyes for a week. He'd be so mad.
Yeah. Especially him and Isis are old, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that to
No,
him.
I don't want to do that to them either.
So yeah, there's a lot of different factors involved for sure.
Yeah, but
But
it's
that
not like we're
sucks you
going
couldn't
tomorrow
come.
or anything. But
No.
for future plans, it's a thought.
For sure. So, okay, so now we've got Shannon, and we go out, we have a fun time, and then the next morning it's said she's got to leave. So we decided to take her via the tube to the airport
Yeah.
because it was a little intimidating. She had never been on the tube by herself. The only time she had been on was the night before when we were coming back with Claire. So,
And then we were also
take
going out anyways too, so we might as well just go and get
yeah.
out of
we'll-
bed.
We'll go do
It
the
helped
thing.
us get out of bed.
And this is all of our shoes. This is our walking boots.
We all got new docks
We all
for
got
this trip.
new Doc Martens for this trip, and they saw a whole lot of things.
Yep. Because we knew we were just going to be walking through snow and slush, and yeah, none of that happened.
No,
Which is fine. That's good. But we got awesome boots out of it, so that's good.
we did. We truly did. so silly.
Shannon, open your eyes.
There
There you go. There you go. That's better.
Yeah, on the way to Heathrow, and this was the saddest picture. There's Shannon, way out,
We watched her disappear
going away.
up on the escalator.
It was really sad after having like a couple weeks together. It was it was sad to see her go, you know. You would sell your demon in a heartbeat. You know, like, fuck this dog, she's got to go.
Yeah, Steve, going,
Yeah.
going, gone.
Yeah,
She
that
did
was-
wave the
that
whole
was sad.
time though. That was nice.
It was really sad. And I knew that we had like 3 more days there, which was cool. I'm glad that we had extra days, but it was not the same
Yeah.
without Shannon. Honestly, I just wish that she missed her flight.
Yeah, I'm boring, so it was pretty boring when Shannon left.
No, it was not. It just wasn't the same.
Yeah, not the same.
It just wasn't the same. It's just sad. But so we let her go. She's off on an adventure of her own, and we are on our way to central London to go meet my very dear friend Olga. So, little
Olga.
backstory on Olga. I met her when she was 19 and I was like 25, and I was the manager of a pizza shop in San Diego. And she came in asking for a job. Now, keep in mind, she's 19, she's Russian, and she spoke a little bit of English. Not very much English at that time. She was trying, but it was still kind of rough going. And it was so cute because she's just this adorable little person and comes in and she's just like, I would like a job. Any job. Anything. Like, she just looked like I'll do literally anything. And I could just feel her heart, and we gave her this job. And it was awesome. I gave her a job as a dishwasher. I was like, you know, you can be a dishwasher. She couldn't be out on the floor because she can't really communicate properly with people, and we didn't really have any positions open, but we needed a dishwasher. So she became a little dishwasher, and we became really good friends. She is the sweetest and kindest and very deep and introspective person, which was kind of funny because she didn't speak much English, but she was trying to express the depth that was going on in her mind, and it was like hard for her to do it with like less words. And the cutest fucking way for her to describe this was she was washing dishes one day, and I went back and I was like, hey, how are you doing? Like, how's everything going back here? And she's just like, I love washing dishes. I love it. I look at the soap bubbles and I think of all the universes and all the possibilities in the multi-universe, and I just love it so much. And I was like, oh my God, you're the cutest person I've ever met, ever. Like, she was just having this mind-expanding experience by looking at
Just
all those
watching
little
dishes,
soap bubbles
watching
and
all
shit.
the soap bubbles, like, right. Yeah.
It was so cute. Oh, yeah. She got me. So I was
Oh,
like,
yeah, for
okay,
sure.
I love you forever.
So he was
And
like, we're friends now.
we're totally friends. So
To be fair, anybody that wants to wash my dishes, I'll be good friends with them too. We can be friends.
greasy ass fucking pans too, so it kind of sucked.
Yeah.
But she loved it. She was happy to have the job, and she only lived in the States. It was 6 months. It was a 6-month visa that she had, so it was I think it was 6, maybe 4, but it was not very long. But within that time, we became really good friends. And yeah, you had me at Soap Bubble Universe. Absolutely. But yeah, within that time, we became good buds, and we vowed that we would always be friends. We used to sit up and have tea parties. We would just have tea and talk until dawn, and I was helping her with English too. So it made it a little bit trickier to have those conversations, but we found ways to do it, and I worked with her. I was really patient with her, and she was grateful for me helping her. And that was a long time ago. That was 2005. It was forever at this point ago, you know, and she speaks fantastic English now, like fucking great English.
Yeah.
And she lives in England, and her husband works for Facebook. So we decided we were going to hang out, and we were going to go have afternoon tea, because as we talked about last week, I love afternoon tea. It's the best fucking thing ever. So I was like, there's a million afternoon teas. Where should we go? What do you recommend? And she told me there's an Alice in Wonderland afternoon tea that we had to go to. And it was like the best shit of all time ever. I'm going to show
It
you
was
guys
pretty epic
all about
afternoon
it.
tea,
Oh
man.
my God.
As far as afternoon tea goes,
Yeah.
magical. It was
Okay,
magical.
so I'll show you the video first, and then I'll show you the photos. Oh my god, it was
And
so great. Oh my god, Roxy, are you ready? Because you're gonna love it.
Oh man, are you guys ready?
Actually, Roxy probably already saw it on Facebook, but still.
Probably.
Okay, here we go.
We are at the Sanderson Hotel with Olga, and we are doing Alice in Wonderland afternoon tea. Look at it go! Oh my goodness gracious! Wow,
All those things were so good.
What? With the cotton candy. So me and Olga are sharing that one, and then Dusty has his very own. What? What's our problem?
Oh no.
Oh, we're gonna have to fight to the death on that. I'm
You
sure
can
we'll
eat
get
the
another
pot. It's a chocolate pot.
You certainly have a problem. Look at our tea. Here's our tea options. They're super cute, and we got 3 different pots of tea. And
Which they keep
I am
refilling
so
the whole
excited.
time.
This is gonna be amazing. Oh, I gotta show you guys this too. This is the menu, which you don't even need to like have a menu because they just bring it to you. But it's very cute. It's in an old book. And then this is so cute. Oh my god.
We should
The
have
happiest thing ever.
I actually have
So,
one of those from
all right,
childhood.
we are going to eat. Are you so excited?
I'm super excited.
Oh, good. All right. We'll let you know how it goes after.
Oh my
We
God, it was
are
so good.
at this.
Yes. It was
pretty good.
so awesome.
It was really good.
Oh god damn it! It did
This
the
guy's
thing
back again, looking for his
Fucking
girlfriend.
fucking guy. Hold on. Okay. So all the dishware was made specifically for this hotel.
Yeah.
Because I was like, do you sell these teacups and these plates? Because I totally wanted to get a fucking teacup set to take home. I totally would have. But he said no. That they're made specially for there. Oh my god. And the teas were all fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
They actually sold the teas too. They were pretty expensive. So I opted
Yeah,
to
and
not
those
get
little
one,
tea jars, so they were all labeled with the little name of what it was on the little tags. And it was like the Alice and the White Rabbit and the Mad Hatter and what was the other one? Because there was 4.
There's
Alice.
5.
Was there 5?
Uh-huh.
Damn. Well, there was others. All the different characters. And then it told you what the little flavors were on the back, but he was like, the best way to choose is just to smell them and pick your favorite smell, and then we'll bring you more. You can end up trying all of them. And he was not lying. They refilled our teapots like probably 8 or 9 times.
Yeah, I probably drank at
Like-
least 12 cups of tea.
Yeah, we sat there for a long
At
time.
least.
We were there for 5 hours. Like,
Yeah.
So yeah.
It was
we-
about 4.5 when we finally left. It
Yeah.
was a long.
It was a long time. So we
Time.
definitely tried all of the teas. All good. All of them good.
All good. All
Yeah.
good teas.
Oh,
They
we
were
got-
so good.
Refills on the little sandwiches, the little snack sandwiches. They brought us more, which was good.
Yes, that was a cool thing about this afternoon tea that I had not heard about or experienced before, where you can get more of the savory sandwiches. You can get as many as you want.
Yeah.
You could just like keep ordering them, which we did.
Yeah, that was super
This
cool.
is great.
We definitely ordered. a few
And
more
you
of
let
those.
them know when you're ready for your scones, and they bring out scones for you. Which normally the scones come on the tray, but this was like, listen, there's not enough room for all these scones, so you tell me when, and I'll bring your scones out. It was fucking awesome, dude.
Shannon, you drink so much tea that I had to pee. You know, Shannon wasn't
Yeah.
even there, and she had to pee from all the tea we drank.
Oh my god, I drank so much fucking tea. I loved it so much, dude.
Yeah. Princess
It
is
was so
asking if
good.
we ever went to the tea house that she told us about. Did we get?
I had
A tea house
Googled it.
recommendation?
I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but after we had talked about it, I had Googled it, and it might be the same place that my friend Troy was talking about too. Remind me what it is called.
Yeah, what was it called?
I don't
I don't
remember.
remember that.
But I do need to find a place that has afternoon tea that is here in this region because now I need it. It's
Mm-hmm.
emergency.
Yeah.
I love it. It's one of my
Yeah, the
favorite
little
meals
teapots came out with
ever.
crowns on them. I don't know if you guys
Oh my
saw
God, it
that.
was so
The
cute.
little
Oh, yeah.
crowns.
And then he was like, "You have to wear a crown to take a picture. It's the rules. I don't make the rules. It's
It's
just
like,
the rules."
it's
It
just
was
the
really
rules.
cute.
So there were photos for crowns.
Oh yes, there was.
See, there's a crown.
Okay, she's wearing her little crown with this giant cotton candy that they call candy floss out there.
Candy floss.
Candy
Mm.
floss. And then all these yummy things. So this was awesome. This little pot thing. It's made of chocolate. And then inside was like some yummy cream. And this is like a carrot. It's carrot cake.
Yeah, it was fondant wrapped carrot cake
Oh my God, it was so
in
good.
the shape of a carrot. It was real good.
So good. And then these were like little fluffy, like almost jello things.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but it was delicious.
I will say a lot of the sweet stuff though, it was super rich. Like it was almost too sweet. A bunch of it was almost like too much sweet for me, I guess. Like I mean they were good, like individually they were good, but after all of them, like I couldn't even finish all of my sweets. I ended up just taking like a bite of all of them and moving along.
I fucking ate all
But
that shit.
they were good.
The only thing that I didn't end up eating was this cookie.
That was real good, actually. And that
You said it
macaroon
super
was
good.
real
The
good.
macaroons
too.
were good.
It was a good
And then
macaroon.
this was cool. This was just like flavored water, really. It was just like sweet water with like pearly type of shit in it. It was great. This was good though. This was like a espresso chocolate cake thing. And then down at the bottom here, this was like Waldorf salad. So it was chicken salad with grapes and nuts. And that was my favorite. It was really good. And then this little puff here was crab something, creamy crab thing with avocado on top. It was great with the edible flour. And then I don't remember what that one was. Do you remember what that was? The brown one?
Oh yeah, it was like a some kind of a tapenade type of thing. It was a mushroom chopped up thing with some stuff in it. Chopped up mushroom filling.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's all the savory stuff down there. Then this is like BLT, essentially. On these little buns, one of them had a black bun, like charcoal bun, and the oh fuck, I fucked up. I'm sorry. There might actually
Princess,
be
what's the difference between cream tea and high tea?
cream tea is just scones and tea.
Oh, gotcha.
Clotted cream,
The clotted
jam.
cream.
So that's still sweet.
Yeah, it's still sweet, but
But-
yeah, not as much sweets. But yeah,
No,
the
it
little
is.
savory stuff. I'm more savory than a sweet person anyway. So the little bottom layer of the afternoon teas were always my favorite on all of them, except for that little apple thing at the first
Yes.
thing that we had.
No, that one was definitely not olives because I do not touch olives.
Yeah, it
Neither of
wasn't
us touch
olives.
It was something else. I don't remember what the fuck it was, but it was good. Whatever the fuck it was
Yeah, it was real
was
good.
pretty good. Here's some more like angles of stuff.
Oh, there's the black bun down.
Yeah,
below.
the black one, which I ate that one. It was fun.
Yeah, it was real good.
I like it. I like all the sweet stuff, but I also like the savory. So to me, I was pretty happy. Look at Dusty's face. Look how cute he is. With his crown on. Yeah, crowns on.
We wore the crowns.
Hey, Waybug. It's not Vegemite. Thank God. Can you imagine that much Vegemite? Oh my fucking
Not
Lord.
Vegemite.
Thank God. Just eating that little bit of Vegemite with Chris and Roxy was RJ was
that was
fucking
rough.
atrocious, dude. Yeah, we were pretty pumped on the tea
Yeah,
situation. Oh, and now we're back to that.
seen it.
See if there was any notable ones that we missed here. No, I think that was pretty much it.
Don't think
But
so.
it was really, really cool. It
But
was
yeah, they
super
were very
fun.
nice. Our server was super
Oh, yeah, there's
nice.
some
We
better.
ended up being friends with that guy.
He
Yeah,
was so
he was
nice,
super
dude. He had just moved from where the fuck was it? Remind me. So it was near Morocco.
Yeah. Was it an A? It wasn't Albania, right?
No,
No, that's okay. He was
I
from.
can't remember. But either way, the guy was really nice, and he was like, please stay as long as you'd like. He's like, honestly, I'll keep bringing you tea forever, and if you want more sandwiches, you just let me know. Just bring your sandwiches. You can stay as long as you want, which is crazy because a lot of places, they have like a time limit because they need to move you the fuck out.
Algeria.
Yeah,
not Albania. Algeria.
Thank you for figuring that out. That was going to drive me crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we ended up staying for 4.5 hours, and I was like, okay, we're going to have to go. He was like, but I told you could stay as long as you want. I'm like, I know, thank you. But we were here for 4.5 hours, and we got other shit to do. We got to go. And he was like, aw.
We got to wander
He
along.
was super sad. Look at this fucking macaroon right now.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It was,
Look
like,
at that.
Printed on top. That's magical.
Oh, my goodness. It was so awesome. So that was Claire and Olga meeting and exchanging information. Thought it was cute. Ah, and there's our server.
Oh, yeah, that's our server guy.
He was so nice.
Super nice. Algeria.
Yep. Okay, so then after that, we said goodbye to Olga, and we walked the streets. Actually, before we go that far, I want to show you. Before we arrived there, we arrived in Piccadilly Square.
Oh, yeah.
Mind the gap.
Mind the gap.
You always hear that whenever you're getting off of the tube. If you haven't
Please
been out
mind the
there,
gap.
please mind the gap. So you don't fall down and break your fucking leg. So you'll hear that a lot. So this is Piccadilly Square, which is kind of like the Times Square, essentially, of London. I thought this was hilarious because I got this Chippendales ad with this beefy dude on it. But it's a pretty cool part of town. It's not like the hippest part of town, but it's still neat to see.
There's a lot going on over there, though. A lot of things.
And some very cool looking old buildings, which are fantastic. So I thought that was cute. So I just want to show you guys a little bit of London. I like how the roads actually say look right, because, you know, most people are from other places.
Yeah, they
in the
tell you
world.
where to look. That's nice.
Oh, Shannon, good news. I just saw Shannon's message. That's fucking awesome. Awesome news. Shannon got a really good job offer. That's fucking amazing. Yes. Good job, Shannon. Okay, so now we've gone through Piccadilly there. Here you go. We got the double-decker buses, which are everywhere. These fucking buildings, like, what? It's amazing. This is why I love London so much. Like, look at these buildings. You're just walking around, just doing, like, regular city people shit. And there's these amazing buildings everywhere. Did you just take the cat with you for an adventure?
Yeah.
Aww. And he just totally went with you? No problem?
He did.
Oh, my God. Look how cute Dusty's got Pluto Patrol right now. It's great. So, yeah.
He
So,
was just so
London's in
comfy.
general so pretty. And then this is the edge of Chinatown, which later on, after we did dinner, actually, we got to go to Chinatown, which I will show you. At night, looks really cool.
Which I will gladly show you now.
Yes. Ta-da. This is like a giant lantern hanging. It's hard to tell how big it is, but it's gigantic. Yay, good, Chid. I'm glad you are home and safe, and now you can start talking shit.
Sweet.
Good.
Welcome home, Chid. Glad you made it.
Good. Glad you had fun. So, this was funny. The horse and dolphin yard. The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? It says private property keep out. So, I don't think it's a pub. We thought about it. I don't think it's a pub. I don't know if that is the apartment complex name. I don't know. I mean, because this restaurant's next to it. That's like Renowned Bar and Cafe. It's not the D Hems or whatever, but then it just says Horse and Dolphin Yard, private property. You got horses and dolphins up in there? I don't know.
Kurt, I think it's just a horse and dolphin. I mean,
Sarah,
that's
funny. That's so funny.
that's
thing to say.
it's probably right. It's where you keep your horses and dolphins. It's good.
That shit cracks me up.
You ride
super
up
hard.
on your horse or dolphin, you can park them
Oh
there.
my god.
Somebody
That's
pulls up on a
so
monkey,
funny.
not allowed. We don't keep
We're not doing
monkeys in this yard. No monkeys, no sloths.
Apparently we're going backwards now.
we're back.
So that's super fun. So we're hanging out with those guys. We get on the tube,
Hanging out on the tube.
and there's Dusty just looking all serious with his little
Looking-
coffee sitting on the tube. That's
I
good.
look tired. I feel like that coffee's not working yet in that photo.
Yeah.
This is before I finish my coffee.
No cars, just horses and dolphins only.
No car, horse and
funny.
dolphin only.
So we went to this little sandwich shop, and I
Googly
busted
eyes.
out the googly eyes, as we talked about previously.
Definitely.
And sometimes you gotta put googly eyes on everything. And we're at this awesome little sandwich and Italian shop. It's a tiny little hole in the wall place, and their walls were just like plastered with these like old printed photos of like all these old timey people back in the day. So of course we had to Google it up.
Mm-hmm.
Had to Google it up.
Which, yeah, the little sandwich shop. So on the way to the Alice in Wonderland tea thing, we stopped to get coffee along the way on our wander, and we were looking for coffee shops or whatever, and the ones that we found were closed. And then right across the street was this little, like, tiny sandwich shop. And I was like, oh, they look like they should have coffee in there, so we'll just jump in and grab a coffee. So we stepped in, and it's like this, like, almost like little Italian, like New York Italian sandwich shop. Like, what was it called?
Bruno.
Bruno.
Cafe Bruno.
Cafe Bruno, yeah. And it was super tiny, and they had a little glass case there with all these sandwiches and paninis and stuff, and they all looked so good. And like, we were on our way to afternoon tea, so we were like, well, don't want to get a sandwich on the way to afternoon tea. So the next day, trying to figure out what to do for lunch and where to eat, and I was like, we should go to that little sandwich shop because they looked amazing. So we went over to that sandwich shop and sat down and ate, and it was real good.
It was really good. I got
good.
homemade cannelloni,
Yeah.
and it was fucking amazing. The prices are so much better, generally speaking, better than out here in Seattle, which is interesting because with the pound conversion, you think it would be more, and being a big city, you think it would be more. And honestly, like, it was crazy. Like, I think it was 11 pounds for the homemade cannelloni,
Yeah.
which is maybe $13 or something like that, maybe $14.
Yeah, maybe.
Like,
Probably not even.
Out here, you get cannelloni that shit's like $20 at least. You know, $19 to $23 for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, just
Oh, JT, what's up?
Hello, hello.
Yay!
Part
Oh,
three.
good. Part 3.
Oh, good, part three.
Yeah, we're having
Yeah.
part 3.
Yeah, Chid, I didn't see any Yorkshire burritos, but I did see a spot that was California burritos. I was like, that's funny. I was looking at the pictures and I was like, I don't know.
No, that does sound really good. But we had very limited time, and we had limited places that we
Yeah.
were at the time, and had to eat all the afternoon tea. It's an emergency. Waybug says it's apartments. I don't know if you looked it up, but if you did, that's fantastic.
Really?
Yes, more pics coming up. Actually, we're talking about London right now. Here's London at
We
night.
got more pics. Yeah, we're in London right now. In the nighttime, walking through. We're around the Soho district.
There's only one Yorkshire burrito in London.
What?
Let's find out where
There
it
can
is.
be only one.
Let's find out, because London's pretty big.
That's pretty big. Could have been anywhere. It was probably right next door to Bruno's. It's like right there. And what is a Yorkshire burrito?
I think he was saying it was in Yorkshire pudding wrap.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
Cricklewood.
okay, so it's up there.
Oh, it's like way the fuck out there. No
Oh,
one's
yeah.
gonna make it out there. Yeah,
Not that
there's
far.
Soho. We were around Soho.
Yeah, we were in
most of the time.
Central when we were hanging out, but where we stayed with our friends, it was in like Ealing
Yeah.
area. So we were out staying with them, and then we would take the tube, zoom into central London.
And Soho, it's a little bit. I guess it's kind of like our friends were saying. It's kind of the touristy region. That's where everybody kind of. It's a little bit more pricey in that area, and it gets crazy on the weekends. But since it wasn't a weekend, when we were walking around, it wasn't too crazy, and that's where all like there's a whole bunch of themed bars and restaurants and stuff out there, and like it just looks super cool. And then the Chinatown was right there near it too, so we had to check out that area, and then just like walking distance to a whole bunch of things. It's a good spot.
Okay, but we gotta check this out. So he was saying it's like a Sunday roast inside
What?
of a tortilla or not
A
tortilla.
Yorkshire pudding wrap.
Yeah, a Yorkshire pudding wrap.
Okay, yeah. That's
Which sounds fucking brilliant.
That
dude.
looks amazing.
It sounds amazing.
Well, I guess we gotta go back.
Yep.
Chid, when are we going?
I'll go back. I will go back.
When are we going to
I'm
London?
not scared. Oh, and these are like open ones?
Oh,
That sounds
what?
great.
It's like in a bowl, burrito bowl. So there's burritos and burrito bowls. That's good.
That's fucking awesome, dude. Did we see the Tower of London? This trip we did not, but we've been twice.
Yeah.
So we have done the tours twice. We went the first time on our own, and then we brought friends with us because we're like, you have to see it. We'll go
You
back
gotta go.
again so you can see this shit.
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome. I love the tower.
Yeah, it's super
It's
cool.
really, really, really cool. The history is unbelievable. The Beefeaters, who are the guards / tour guides, are fantastic. They're
Yeah.
super knowledgeable.
The ravens are
and
super
they're
cool.
awesome.
I
Oh,
love the ravens that jump
ravens.
around.
Oh my
I
god,
love them.
they're fucking awesome.
They're cool. They're giant.
Giant
They're gigantic
ravens,
Like,
man, it was so
yeah,
good.
like a pterodactyl hopping around. It's good.
Yeah, they were super cool. So I'm definitely a big fan of the Tower of London. Been there twice. Been to the British Museum 3 times. Westminster Abbey twice. Some of the places are so good, I just can't stop going back. Been to Camden a bunch of times. So thankfully, we've definitely spent some time in London, so we're pretty well acclimated. So I told those guys this time, like our friends, we were going to visit Claire and Theo. It was like, okay, we've already done like the touristy shit. Like, is there anything that you guys can think of that we can't miss? Like, what should we do? And Claire brought up the Harry Potter Studios. So I was like, yes, we're doing Harry Potter Studios. Fucking awesome, dude. But I told them we just wanted to have more of like a local experience to go to some cool bars. So we looked around for some cool bars to go to.
We found some.
And we did. So sorry, I have shit in my throat.
Oh no. Somebody's dying.
I know, I'm sorry. Coughing all over.
JT says, I've been reading a book about Henry the Eighth, and the tower seems awful and super spooky.
It's
There's some
it's
darkness.
pretty cool actually.
Yeah, it's super cool though.
It's really, really neat. Actually, I'll show some photos. Let's pull up some images for people that have not been to the Tower of London. And that's where the crown jewels are, which are just like mind-blowing fucking experience.
Dude, we can live on a canal boat for a few weeks. I'm in. I'll gladly live on a canal boat.
What? That's so
We're
random.
going to London. We're going to live on a canal boat, and we're going to eat
All day.
burritos, Yorkshire burritos.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Seriously.
Okay, so here is the tower from above. So you have the fortification walls on the outside here, and then you have the inner walls. So you've got like 2 impenetrable walls to get through, and then you have multiple different buildings and regions within the tower. So show you some.
Yeah, JT, the
here.
goings on in that place were craziness, and getting to see like where the guillotine was and where heads were chopped. Definitely. And you
Yeah,
can-
there's a torture chamber there too.
Yeah, you can see the torture chamber, but that's also where the crown jewels are, and that shit's mind
Okay,
blowing.
here's the Beefeaters. They have this very specific outfit.
It's a good outfit.
In order to become a Beefeater, I believe you need at least 20 years military experience. I think it's 20, might be 25, but it's like a long time. So you have to basically have proven yourself to the crown that you are dedicated to protecting and serving the country. And then you can actually be in charge of protecting the sites. Hold on, I need to type in inside because you need to see the inside of the walls. Okay.
But yeah, it's super cool to get to go and like wander around, taking the tour, and like the Beefeaters are the tour guides, so they wander you around and tell you about everything, which is super cool. Yeah, the history going through there is interesting. For
Yeah,
sure.
this little gate here, called Trader's Gate, it connects to the River Thames. So they would take all the bad guys basically and bring them in via boat, and they called it Trader's Gate because anybody that was being imprisoned there was most likely a fucking traitor.
Yeah.
So then when you're
And
inside,
they were
you
saying
don't-
once they entered that gate, they would probably never leave the grounds again.
yeah, it's kind of a one-way ticket.
Yeah.
So this is inside the grounds of the Tower of London. Oh, actually, this is the entry gate. So this is Fortification Wall 1, and the second one right there. So this is like as you're entering, and I think the little ticket booth is right in this little
And
spot.
those animal sculptures right there, it was an artist installation. I forget what they represent and why they put them in there. But the cool thing, they're made out of chicken wire, like the little like fencing or whatever. It's just bundles and bundles of that chicken wire that has been shaped and molded to look like these animals. Trippiest thing. I've never seen a sculpture that's made out of chicken wire like that. And the detail they got out of it was awesome.
Interesting. Seeing England, Ireland via canal boat rules, since it forces you to slow down and not have to travel via motorway or high-speed train.
Hmm.
So is it like a tour thing where it just docks in the morning and you get off and you have to be on by a certain time at night and then it keeps going? Like, what's the deal? I'm not good at slowing down. I don't do slow. Slow is stressful for me. It's relaxing for a lot of people. It's not very relaxing for me. But I think I could probably get down. Wow, look at that. I might be able to do that for a hot second. But I also like, I don't know, no, you are the captain. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
that's
just you're
pretty
not
cool.
zooming like in a vehicle or whatever, so because you're going at the the speed of the river. Which
Gotcha.
makes sense.
Interesting.
So yeah, you're
But you can
trolling
stay on
around.
it, so you basically
Super
rent
cool.
the boat, and then you just dock the boat wherever you want.
yeah, but you can like rent a little
never heard about
houseboat.
this.
That's awesome.
Ever. That's very interesting.
I like that.
Okay,
like
so
a
here's
little
like
water
inside-
RV.
inside the castle. So when you walk in, this is kind of the view that you'll get from inside the castle, all the different buildings and everything. It's really cool. And it's 1,000 years old.
And it's 1,000 years old.
1,000 years old, man.
There's that.
Big ass fucking castle. Boom.
It's a big
Look
ass
at all
fucking
those
castle.
all those people there. There's a lot of people. That is too many people. Yeah, look at all these fucking people. That's what happens when you go to Europe during the summer.
yeah.
That's why we don't go
Tourist
to Europe
season. That's why we
during
don't
the
do
summer.
tourist season.
Because there's 8 million people everywhere.
Yep.
It's rough.
True.
Okay, that looks cool. So yeah, Tower of London is very, very cool place to go. I definitely highly recommend if you're ever in London that you make sure you go do the tour. And then the torture chamber. Let's do that. First person up starts the boat and you start floating down the river. Whoa. It's a lot smaller than a houseboat, narrow and long. That's so strange.
Cool. Canal boat? I want to see a canal.
Yeah, I never heard of that. Yeah, so you can also go to the torture chamber where it has a bunch of the original equipment, tells you a little bit about everything. There's some cool imagery from back in the day. Some live torture action. So yeah, there's definitely a lot to see in there. And then there's the crown jewels.
And then there's the crown jewels.
We've talked about that before on this show, about how ridiculously epic that it is. Like it's over the top. Like this is real shit. Actually, this is what was on Queen Elizabeth's coffin when they were doing the procession. They had this crown, this is the royal orb, and then the scepters, and that's the largest diamond besides the Hope Diamond. So it's crazy. It's just filled with, like, the whole place is just filled. This is just one room. It's crazy. Hey, thank you so much. Realm so blue, baby.
Sweet.
Blue Realms. Oh man, Eli just makes 8 million accounts for everything all of the time. So you got to keep us on our toes. I'm glad that you are following with your other account. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We appreciate ya. Yeah. Oh, look, it's just like cases and cases of this shit. It's too much. It's
Yeah,
crazy to think that these
rooms.
things still exist.
Many rooms.
Many rooms.
Oh yeah, there's the little canal boats. Cool, yeah, so they're like little skinny houseboats. Oh, that's fun.
Well, that's neat.
And they're pricey. You can buy one for about $26,000. If you want to mortgage one, it's about $26,000 for a decent fixer-upper,
Oh wow.
turns out.
Look at all that fucking velvet, you guys. Oh my god.
Look at all that velvet.
All the fucking velvet. God damn. It's the fucking best.
Yeah, and then there were just like display cases full of all the solid gold things ever. Solid gold silverware and just like plates and fucking everything. Just, it was mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's
The crown jewels were way more than what I ever expected them to be.
yep.
Oh, there's
Here's
the
the
Royal,
Royal
Punch,
Punch
Bowl.
Bowl.
Sweet, that was our favorite. That was one of my favorite things. The Royal
Yeah.
Punch Bowl.
It's huge.
It's massive.
It's
was
just
massive.
solid gold.
And there's a giant solid gold ladle inside of it. And it sat next to the throne, and it was filled with wine. And they would just ladle out
It's over the
wine
top,
from their solid gold punch bowl. It was good. I want a punch bowl.
Dude. That's so crazy. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of things that they
There's a lot of
have
things.
there.
All the just like scepters, and it was ridiculous. Crown jewels are definitely worth going to see.
Yep. Oh, that was not what I wanted to happen. So there you go. So just a little bit of a
Yeah.
idea of a tour of the Tower of London and how ridiculously epic it is. Oh, you just need like a whole giant like region of crowns because you got it. You can have that. You can see it.
Chid said you'd need a few 40-pounders to spike that bad boy, but I don't even know what are 40-pounders. I don't even know what that
40
means. Is that Canadian speak? Is that? I don't know what that means.
Is it like 40 ounces?
Is it like
maybe?
a 40 ouncer, but a pounder, 40-pounder?
I don't know. Speak English, Chid. Speaking about spiking it, we'll talk about the cool pub that we went to.
Yeah. Yup. Next.
British Whales are the wealthiest bastards on earth. They could bring the whole world out of poverty. They weren't so greedy. Well, that's true for
Yeah.
so many. The
British and
Saudis really have
The
fucking
Saudis,
more money than fucking anybody, dude.
Yeah.
But that's just the human condition.
Yeah.
Is people acquire all this wealth and they sit on a mountain of wealth and they don't want to share it.
Yeah.
And it's super sad, but it's theirs to do whatever the fuck they want with, and I think they could do a lot better. But
True. Yeah, you could do a lot cooler shit with what
could
you
do
got.
a lot cooler shit.
I mean, you could just hold it until you die, I guess. Or, you could do something cool.
Yep.
But what about this cool fucking pub we went to? What about this cool bar? because we found some cool bars.
Okay, so it is 40 ounces. Okay. Well, now I like to know that they're called 40 pounders out
Yeah,
there.
40 pounders.
Okay.
Good to know.
Okay.
Alright. And yeah, you would need a few of those to spike that. But if it's full of wine, I mean, you don't have to spike that. 'Cause it was just full of wine anyway.
Maybe you just want to kick
Just-
it up a notch.
Just fill mine up with whiskey.
Honestly, I wish it was mulled wine because after drinking mulled wine out on this trip,
yeah.
I'm not even a drinker, but I was drinking mulled wine.
Yep.
And I wasn't like pounding it, but I was enjoying cups of it. It's so good. It's hot wine with a bunch of different spices in it. So it's got like cloves or cinnamon or whatever, orange. There's like a whole bunch of yummy things in the wine, and it's
And
absolutely
they're all
delicious.
different. And they're all good.
They're all good. It was so
All
good.
good.
Sweet. So, so one of the cool little pubs that we went to with our friends is called Flame Gloria. And we were like, well, that's a funny name. What's
That's
the
a
deal
good
with this place? And it said that the aesthetics inside was based off of Jimi Hendrix's outfits and David Bowie. And I was like, yes.
Yeah, totally.
So let
Let's-
me show you
Let's do that.
here. So we're in this cool bar. They've got tiki drinks.
Yeah.
And the lighting in here is awesome, and it's inside of it looks like old tunnels, like old brick tunnels.
Yeah, it was like arched ceilings and like brick, like archways the whole way through. So yeah, it looked like you were in like an old tunnel of some sort.
And we got there, it was 2 for 1 happy hour, and these are mocktails. I got these yummy mocktails, and they looked super fancy. So that was nice.
And they had little gummy strawberries in them.
They did, which were like the chewiest, hardest things I've ever seen in my fucking life. I gave them to Dusty.
I
It's
liked
like my
them.
teeth
They were
can't
good.
handle it. But yeah, it was nice to get like nice mocktail drinks.
Mm-hmm.
So here's Claire and Theo, and here we are. We could see the curved tunnel ceiling here, and it's all painted with like psychedelic kind of art.
Yeah, and all the neon lighting through it was really cool. It had really cool vibe
It was super cool.
for sure.
Someone took pictures of us, kind of shitty pictures. You could have definitely.
they took- Yeah, took
Framed
pictures
that
of us
better.
and the table next to us. For
That looks like that because I cropped it. Like I don't know why they didn't just like
Yeah,
go up a little bit, but
dude
you
got
know.
pictures of the entire bar for some reason.
Yep, and our feet and everything.
Yeah,
But it was a cute little spot. Look at that.
It was
You got
super
the
cool.
tunnels over here.
and the soundtrack
you
was
got all
like
sounds
they
like
had a
that.
bunch of '80s stuff going on the soundtrack.
Yeah, there was some good music. I was enjoying that. Look at how neat.
Yeah.
And this is just like a random place. We were like asking our friends, like, where should we go? What should we do? What's some cool random places in central London? And they're like, I don't know, actually. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
They're like, well, some of the places we like to go, you've already been to with us. I'm like, there's got to be more places. You live in London. There's like a million places. Like,
Yeah.
come on. And
But they're kind of into the clubby scene too. So it's like the places that would want to go hang out and actually be able to chat at, they didn't really know too much. And then they were like, we kind of just go to the same place all the time, like the same couple places. So we started looking and just like, poking around on Google and found places that had cool descriptions, and we're like, let's try this place and just start walking. And like, this one looks close enough, and would wander over there. But this one, yeah, the description said it was that the decor was based on patterns from Jimi Hendrix clothing, and we're like, whoa, fucking
yeah.
sold.
that sounds great.
Let's go see what that does. And,
Yes,
and it was great.
That was pretty cool. Disco ball and everything. So neat.
Yeah, and all their cocktails, they had like specialty cocktails and drinks that were super cool. The tiki one that came out had a flaming something on it. It was like a sugar cube on a lime that was burning, so it came out on fire, which is always fun. Everybody likes
Yeah.
that.
It was fun. There was a little camera on the way out, or I guess on the way in. There was a hallway by the door, and it was just showing you on the TV screens. So I took some photos of us on the TV screens. Thought it was kind of a cute, random thing to do. And then, of course, we went into the bathroom, and I got googly eyes, and the doors of the bathroom stalls were all different women. and roses. It was just collage work printed of women in roses. So
Is it
I
Wednesday
mean,
Addams up there?
Yep.
That's nice.
Yep. So naturally, I put Googles on the queen. We got some on Frida.
Frida's got Googles.
Yes. She's Googling. We got Yoko.
Yeah.
That shit cracked me up
That
so
one's
fucking
real
hard,
good.
dude.
It looks just like her, actually.
It made me laugh so fucking much, man. And Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Sweet.
And it was funny because I'm doing this, and these chicks walk in, and we're like, and they're like, "Oh my God, what are you doing? That's awesome!" They thought it was fucking hilarious, and they went into the stalls, and I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna leave 2 pairs of googly eyes on the counter for you guys. So when you get out of the bathroom, you guys can choose whoever you want and put them on whoever you want." And they're like, "Thank you." So, you know, spreading the love, I guess, throughout the land. So yeah, that was Blame Gloria in the Soho area of London. Then we're walking down the street and we're like, oh, there's another place that sounds really cool. Let's go to this other place. And it's actually owned by the same owners that own Blame Gloria.
Yeah.
So we're like, well, that sounds cool. It's like
Sweet.
their like sister pub. It's a totally different vibe, but it's the same people. Let's check it out.
Yeah.
So I like this building. I thought that just looked really cool.
Pretty building.
So then we show up, and they've got this sign, and I was like, I'm in. This is like the front window.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fucking in. Party like it's $18.99. So I don't know what the fuck to expect.
Nope.
And the place is called the Escapologist. So it's got a cool name.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into it. And we walk in, and we see this fucking art as soon as we walk in. Like, what the fuck? The guy's got succulents growing out of his fucking head. He's got a super cool moth bow tie. He's got succulents coming out of his pocket. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This is awesome. We put one Google. Googly eye on him.
Just the one.
Well, to be fair, Claire did it, and Theo was like, I don't think you should be putting that on the art. And I was like, I don't think you should either. And so she just did one, and then we ran away.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, god damn it. It's going backwards again.
Going backwards.
Of course
We're
it
out of
does
order.
that. I don't know why it does that at all, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Okay.
Facebook,
So
man.
now we're in. I need a good knees up.
Which I had never heard that phrase.
Me neither.
I was learning. We were informed that that means, like, you're getting drunk, basically, drinking. And it's a
Never
phrase from, like, back in the day, 1800s. Like, need a good knees up. It's a, you know, because they had all their phrases, you know, bee's knees,
Yep.
shit like that.
Well, we learned stuff.
We learned.
So this is all kind of like university looking kind of shit over
Yeah,
there.
under the bar was all
which is
spacey
really cool.
looking.
And they got this crazy wallpaper, and then all of this super cool art on it.
The
and
art
it's
was
so
everywhere.
neat.
That collage art was everywhere. That was super cool.
It really is.
Which actually reminds me of the Imaginary Foundation company that makes the T-shirts that I used to follow.
Shit, I'm out of order. You're out of order. The whole damn stream is out of order.
Amen to that.
Oh, you're funny.
The Googly Eye Bandits.
Yes.
Yeah, the Googly Eye
Actually,
Bandits.
that's a really great band name. That's great. So here is some cool wallpaper that they had.
Yeah.
And oh fuck. And I did not take photos after the googly eyes went on. I wish I did. I should have. But I fucked up. I realized afterwards that I fucked up. But there was googly eyes on this frog, on this little caterpillar guy. There's quite a bunch of weird
I
shit
put
in
some
here.
on the little. I put some on the snail guy over on the other side.
Look at the sock puppet friend right here.
On his little
Here's
sock
sock
puppet. Yeah, it was super cool little wallpaper. Where's the snail guy? The dude's riding the snail over on the right. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Dusty definitely googly-eyed
Yeah.
the snail.
Snail had a Google.
And I like this cup, skull cup kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was super fucking neat.
Yeah, it was cool. And then this one too, like the last one looked like it was in the like in the tunnels, so it had like the archways and stuff. This one was kind of the same way, but whereas like the last one was like one long tunnel, this one was had a couple different rooms and like some stairs that went down in some other areas. So but it still had those low like tunnelly ceilings and stuff. So it had that same
Yeah, it
dark
was definitely
vibe, which
a
was
cool
super cool.
vibe.
Yeah.
Roxy, that's a good point. I think it's hilarious you did googly eyes at 2 different bars owned by the same people. You're totally right.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody's gonna be like, wait a minute.
That's really funny. I didn't really think about that, but you're totally right. Yeah.
Yeah, do we owe somebody
what
money?
the fuck? I mean, I gotta say it's harmless, fun. So I hope that nobody got offended. I hope that anybody that saw that like owns the place or works at the place was like, that's fucking awesome, and that's actually better than it was
Yeah, we just made
before.
it better.
I'm just
And
trying to make
especially
things
like
better.
some of these places, like they're so quirky. Like Googly Eyes is kind of what they needed. Like this one, like with that wallpaper, like that wallpaper being there, it needed Googly Eyes for
It did.
sure. So I
mean,
don't
look at this
see
fucking
anybody
snail.
seeing that and being mad about it. And really, the art that she was putting them on, like those were prints. It weren't like they were original, like
No.
you know, oil paintings or anything. Like they were
Yes, I guess,
prints.
yeah.
All that was digital art anyway. So somebody had just blown up a digital thing to be whatever.
Yeah, but like, look at that
But
snail. It's asking for it.
the snail needed
He's
Googly
asking
Eyes.
for it. It's not our fault.
And there's like a park ranger riding it, which I love.
It's so good.
I guess it's a slug.
It
There's no
was so
shell,
good.
so it's actually a slug.
No, there's a shell right here.
That's a flag. Oh, it is a shell.
No, it's a shell.
I thought it was a park ranger holding a flag, but no, it's
No.
it's the shell. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. Okay.
Either way,
Snail
it's a cool
with
guy.
a saddle. I'm glad he's got a snail.
Yes. No, it's
saddle.
fucking brilliant. I love it. And that guy was so funny to me. It just the whole thing was asking for it. And this was the menu. They were all in these books, unlocking knowledge of higher worlds through spiritual awakening.
Yeah, which it said this Professor Eunice Zircon, and I was looking that up. I was trying to find it because I was like, "Is this a real book? Like, I feel like this is something that I want to read. Like, what is this?" And I was looking it up, and I couldn't find it, so I don't think it's real. I think it's based on things kind of back in the day, and like Hermeticism and stuff like that. But I don't think it's a real book, which is a bummer.
Yeah, that is. But I love that if they made a fake book for this situation, that they chose that. Like,
Yeah,
they chose
absolutely.
that. I
That was
like
a
that.
good.
It set a good
Good
vibe
choice.
for sure. And yeah, that is funny. Shit, too bad we couldn't put googly eyes on the ravens. I don't think they would like that. They would yell, and they yell really loud. They'd probably be freaked out.
Ravens already kind of have googly eyes.
Oh, but
They're very-
actually, hold on. That's kind of funny that you mentioned that. Give me just 1 second. Because
Oh yeah, at that bar.
it's funny that you said that. Yep, at this very bar, Chid.
There was a
Look
raven lamp.
look what Claire did. She fucking took the raven lamp. And we put the googly eye on the raven. So that was pretty well timed to say that, actually.
Claire's face. She's like, ah. She's loving it. And that lamp was awesome too. It was flocked, so the the raven
Flock
was
of ravens.
flocked and all fuzzy, and then it had a little dark thing on there. Like that was a cool fucking lamp. But the googly eye was, just bumped it up a notch. It needed
Kicked
that.
it up a notch. And it's funny, Eli, you say you guys are going to have to do the googly eyes everywhere. I mean, I always have googly eyes in my purse.
They kind of followed us
And I
around this whole
do-
trip.
Put them places. Actually, I give them to people for their birthdays a lot of times, too. I'll just do like a little bag and be like, here, put these in your purse or your pocket or whatever, because you never know when you're going to need googly eyes. The world looks better when you are, like, seeing it through googly eyes. Like, what can I put eyes on? Like, it makes it so much more
Yeah.
fun. So I highly recommend to any of my friends out there, get some googly eyes.
Get
Put
some
them in a
Googles.
little bag in your pocket or your fucking purse or whatever. Give them to friends. I ordered a bag of like, I don't even know, what was it, like 300 of them or something like that from Amazon for like $7, and they glow in the dark. And they're
And
stickers.
they glow in the dark.
And
Yeah,
they're
and the
dark.
little bag just peels off of it. It's like a sticker, and you just stick it on.
Yep.
Ta-da!
So it's seriously like endless
done. Perfect.
moments of fun
Endless fun.
for you and others while you're hanging out with others. Just like give them a handful. Be like, go to town, Like, it's great. Hi, Isis.
Yeah, Chid, you totally
you
manifested
joining?
the past. This is true. Yeah, way to go. Way to build the past.
You manifested the past. That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, let's show you guys.
Hi. Oh, I see.
Interrupting the stream again, of course.
Isis, do you want to tell everyone hello? No? Okay.
that looks
You
like
just want to
shit.
come and yell? You don't want to say hello? You could be famous.
Okay, check
She's
it.
like, nope.
I know, she's so funny. So difficult.
Well, this guy.
So this one, I loved it. So all of the art was all of these old-timey people with all this super cool, like, new random shit superimposed on them.
New
And he's
shit,
got,
like
like, space hair.
dinosaurs.
Well, you know what I mean.
Super new.
Yeah. You know what I fucking mean. Bitch.
Why did we not googly eye the wieners at Golden Tiki? Yeah, that is a phrase right there. That's a sentence that happened.
So what you're telling me, Roxy, is I need to come back
Yeah.
with googly eyes. We need to golden tiki it up, and we need to Google some wieners.
You gotta Google some wieners.
Because I'll do it. Don't
Oh, yeah.
test me. I will fucking do it. Just do it. I already had
Yep.
one eye.
Each one only needs one googly eye. They're cost efficient.
Look at these crab heads.
Yeah, crab hats. Fun.
Shannon, are you still here?
I think Shannon left.
What a bitch. She didn't even say bye or nothing.
She didn't. She just like dipped out. Your mom was here for a little bit too, though. She was
Oh,
like,
really?
Yep.
Kirby says, I was so waiting for a penis related topic. I know, it
Yep.
happens every time.
Yeah.
Oh, those people took it over. New douches took it over.
Oh,
What you talking about?
douchebags took
What
over?
you talking about? Some douchebags took over the Golden Tiki. I need information. That sucks. But I'll do it. Let's come out. Let's Google Vegas.
Google Vegas.
Like, can we go to some of like the ridiculous hotels and just like googly eye a whole bunch of shit? Because I'll fucking do it. I'm not
Oh, yeah.
scared.
Going on a googly eye
Go to the
tour of
Luxor and
Vegas.
give like the Sphinx and stuff like that some googly eyes. Like, I'll do it.
Yeah, the googly eye bandit.
I'll fucking do it, dude. Plus, I wouldn't mind coming out to see ya.
All these paintings like this too, they had little plaques underneath them of who they were. So the people in the paintings are historical figures. Like you can kind of see the little
Really?
plaque down there.
I didn't even pay attention to that.
Yeah,
at all.
they're
I
all
was just looking
historical
at the art.
figures.
Really?
One of them was one of the leaders of like the Hermetic Golden Dawn, and then
Oh, that's right. I did see that one, but I didn't
Yeah.
realize all the rest of them had it.
yeah, they're all a bunch of the big ones had plaques.
This is interesting here. What's going on there? They're like, fuck her face.
Fuck this
It's
person.
she's a butterface.
And that guy. Yeah.
Oh my God, googly eye the bodies exhibit.
Oh,
That's how you get haunted, Chid.
I'm in.
That's how you get haunted. It's so funny. No. And then there's just like kitty cats.
Oh, look at the kitty cats.
I don't know what's up with that. They didn't superimpose anything weird. It's just kitty cats. And then this one, it just says there's no escape.
Oh yeah, with like an old school photo of
Yeah.
somewhere.
I loved it. The art was so cool.
Yeah, the art in
This
this one was
fucking
super
guy,
cool.
dude. What's going on here?
With this chameleon around his shoulders.
It's so
Nice.
cool. And the wallpaper is unfucking believable. Look at this wallpaper.
Yeah, yeah.
I love it. I just had to take so many cool photos to show you guys because it was too good. And then here, of course, we're doing knees up.
Knees up.
And then I had to buy this ridiculous fucking Union Jack umbrella because my umbrella broke while we were out there. And that was not a good time for your umbrella to break.
Not a good time.
So I was like, I'll just get a cheap one because I don't need like another nice one. I have nice ones at home. So I got this like $7.99 Union Jack umbrella, which I was like, I know, British friends, I know it's fucking cheesy and stupid, but I think it's funny. And it was better than just a plain one. There was plain ones or there was like Union Jack. So I was like, okay, I'm totally going Brit. And it was funny because the wind was kicking and I was like, I was like, I feel like Mary Poppins right now. I feel like I'm about to just start flying away because I'm like Mary Poppins. And nobody was listening to me. I just said it and I was like, okay, no one's listening. Whatever. I still feel like Mary Poppins. Either way about it. And like 20 seconds later, Claire's like, and there's Mary Poppins. And I was like, what?
Like, what?
I was like, what are you talking about? She's like, Mary Poppins is right there. And I was like, shut up. I just said Mary Poppins fucking like 20 seconds ago. And there was a statue of her holding an umbrella. So I was like, oh my God, babe, you got to get a picture with me with Mary Poppins right now because I was totally feeling very Poppins-ish. I should have held my bag. In hindsight, I should have held my fucking bag.
Yeah.
But that was super cool. And there was also a statue on the other side of Harry Potter riding on the Nimbus 3000, which was awesome.
Also cool.
So then, okay, so the next day, I guess, okay, well, I'll stop here then. So we hung out with those guys, had a good night. We go back to their house, we're chilling, have some tea. And then we're like, okay, the next day we're going to Harry Potter Studios. And I'm so excited. So when they had told us about it a couple days before, they're like, you really want to book tickets because it books up pretty fast. So I was going to have Olga go with us, but they only had 2 tickets left. Like I tried to get 3 tickets, it was impossible. And I was like, what the fuck? There's literally only 2 tickets left, like period. So we looked at the next day too, same thing. There was only 2 tickets. So I was like, well, I guess we have to book immediately because if we think about it, we're going to be screwed. So we just booked the tickets. And it was our last day. It's for our last day there. So we booked the tickets. And I'm so glad that we did because we were checking that day to see if there was any tickets got released so that Theo could come with us. And the entire next week was completely sold out. So somehow we lucked out buying it like 2 or 3 days in advance. It was like a fucking miracle, dude. So we got the tickets and we're about to go. And Theo was trying to tell us the best, quickest train ways to get there. And it's like a long ways away, dude. It's like far from where we needed to go. And it was going to take about an hour and 45 minutes roughly for us to get there, which it's okay. We could have done it. But he was like, oh, I found this other route and it's faster. If you do this, you do the above ground train instead of the tube and it'll get you there quicker. And we're like, okay. So he drops us off at the station and we're like, okay, we're just going to go in and go grab some coffee from this little coffee shop before we hit the station. And it was a really cute coffee shop, which is this photo is from the coffee shop, which I thought was absolutely fucking adorable.
Mm-hmm. Those shadow boxes are magical, by the way.
Yeah, they were pretty fucking
Can you
good.
zoom in on this?
Probably.
'Cause they're really good. There's a penguin trash can, and that's awesome.
Yeah, these are paper cut shadow boxes, and they were
Yeah, go back to
they
the
were incredible.
previous photo.
Okay.
They were better.
Yeah, but look at the fucking
Oh, look at the
cone,
trash can,
too.
and then
It's
the
a
caution cone
banana.
is a banana.
and then
Can't
it's
see it over
this guy. Oh yeah, caution cone.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good. So you want to
Slippery
do the
one,
other
what?
one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
zoom into those guys. Yeah, these shadow boxes were freaking crazy. I
There's
was
a lot
loving
going on
it.
in there.
There's a lot going on. I
It
don't know
was
how many
very,
layers are
very
in there, but
cool.
I love it. And I kind of want to do something like that. Yeah, right. The banana caution cone is great.
It
That's
was fucking great.
genius. Who thought of that?
Look
yeah,
at
look
it.
at
Look
that.
at all
Those
these-
curtains up on the
All
top are
these
super cool.
creatures.
Like, I really like this idea.
Super
That's
fucking
pretty much
cool.
what I did with that magic card for Charlie. It's just to the next
Yeah.
level. And I didn't really think about putting it into a shadow box like that, but that's
Yeah,
super cool.
It was pretty great.
Put that into my memory bank there.
Okay, so we're at this little coffee shop getting coffee, and Theo calls me, and he had just dropped us off, but he was like, "Okay, you got to catch this train at this time, and like you got to go." And we were like, "Okay, it looks like we might be like a little bit late, but I think we can work it out." And he calls me and says, "I was really thinking about it, and I don't know if you'll get there on time, and I'll just drive you." I was like, "It's kind of far, man."
It's kind of far.
Like, and he's like, "Yeah, but like I couldn't live with myself if you came all the way here and all you want to do is go to Harry Potter Studios and you get there and it's too late and you miss the tour. Like I can't do it. So I'm just gonna take you guys it's fine. And it was like a 45-minute drive.
Yeah, it was a minute.
And I'm like, are you sure? Because you really do not have to do that. Like, it's okay. And he's like, nope, I didn't even leave yet. I'm just still parked where I left you, pretty much.
Yeah,
So,
so we got coffee, and he sat in his car and Googled things and looked up times and tried to figure out whether or not it was going to be worth it for us to get on the train, and then had not left. And so he
was
was
so
like,
sweet. It
I'm
was-
still here. So we
it
just
was
went back to
so
where he dropped
kind.
us off. And that was super nice.
what a
of him to
nice
do that.
guy.
Yeah.
What a nice fucking guy.
Nicest guy ever.
So he drives us there, and we make it to Harry Potter fucking studio
The
tour.
Harry Potter Studios.
This is where they filmed. Most of it was filmed here. Any of the inside scenes were all done here. So this was like their home
Yeah.
for 10 fucking years
Forever.
while they were filming these shows. And I was like so goddamn excited. I was like squealing for a lot of it. It was so fucking cool. So the deal is you go in, there's like a little shop and a little cafe. You can look around, and then they have tours every, I don't know, half hour or whatever it is. So we were on the last tour, which was totally awesome because it was a very small tour considering like during like peak season there's like 1 million people on the tour, but there was, I don't know, maybe 15 people or something like that. And the tours before had already kind of moved on through, so we were not fighting a bunch of tourists. Bless you.
Thanks.
Which is why, for the millionth time, I strongly advise not traveling to Europe during the high season, which is the very end of spring and all of summer, basically, into the very beginning of fall. You know, like kids' break, school break time. It's just packed full of people, and it's like fucking crazy. So, oh, you went there, Chid, and your kids were stoked. That's awesome.
Thanks, Roxy.
Did you just borscht?
Borscht.
That's fucking awesome. See, it'll never die.
We're just
It'll never
spreading
die.
that around.
Yep. That's fucking great, dude.
Man.
So, the sun is setting, and
Dun,
there's
dun,
all
dun.
the fucking wands looking all epic as fuck, which, by the way, when we came out at nighttime, they were all lit up.
Yeah,
Oh my
the little
God.
tips
It
were
was
lit
so
up. I
fucking
was super
cool,
fun.
dude. It was so cool.
But yeah, it's a procession of wands. That's cool.
I was so stoked. And it says fucking, have you seen this wizard? And I was like, I have seen the wizard. I was really fucking excited about it, dude. Oh, you're going to start saying that when people sneeze. Yes. Please
I
do
love it,
that.
Rox. I think that's a great idea.
Yes.
We should all start doing that. It's definitely the new bless you is borscht. Borscht.
Yes. Please do that forevermore. So I was pretty goddamn stoked about the sunset that was happening there. And then we walk in,
And then we go inside. Oh,
and look at even the cafe is shaped like the frog, like the chocolate frog packaging. And then it's got the whole Marauders map over here. And I was like, already I'm freaking out. We didn't even go in yet, really. And I'm already freaking out.
Which, funny thing, at that little cafe, I was like, hey, I'm going to go buy, I want like a Dr. Pepper or something, like a water to like drink while I'm walking through this. She's like, okay. So I go up there and I get a Dr. Pepper and a water. And as I'm paying, I see a sign that says there's no drinks or anything allowed in the studios itself. And I was like, oh, well, shit. So I had to like chug a Dr. Pepper before I went in there, so, which was very good. That was good. But it was just funny because I thought I was going to have it to like sip on while I was like walking through the whole thing. But nope. I had to chug a whole Dr. Pepper. That's fine.
You
That was
get
good.
nothing.
I like Dr.
Yeah,
Pepper.
you're not allowed to have anything on the tour, but halfway through, there's a little cafe,
Yeah.
which you will see. But so basically, they tell us before we go on the tour, they're like, the tour, it's self-guided tour, and it usually takes an average of about 3.5 hours for the tour.
So we're like
Which-
6 hours.
That's my kind of tour here. Like, that's my kind of tour because I love seeing all the things. Like, I would be sad if it was like just a short little thing, 45 minutes and you're done. I'd be like, ugh. But they're like, it's a long ass fucking tour.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit.
So halfway through, you can go to the cafe, do your thing or whatever, but there's a lot to see. And I got to tell you, I think it was 3, no, because let's see. It's 4:30. Our tour was at 4:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8. Yeah, so we had 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
And I definitely could have spent 2 more hours
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, we could have hung out way longer. Definitely.
Yes. Okay. Roxy understands. That's a 6 to 7 hour tour for us. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So when we bought the tickets, the only time slot available left, like I said, there was only 2 tickets available for the whole day, and it was the 4:30 slot.
Yeah.
What
Which was
like
the last tour.
Entry was at 4 p.m. and then the actual tour was at 4:30. But there was no other option, so we were like, okay, like that's fine. They don't close till 8. It's things at 4, 8 o'clock is. I'm sure that's fine. We didn't understand. Now I understand.
Yeah.
So I will tell to all of you guys, if you do choose to go a little bit on the earlier side, and then that way you have all the time that you need, and you don't have to worry about rushing. Because we had to rapido it up at
Yeah.
a point, and I was like, "Fuck, this sucks. I want to read all this shit right now, but I cannot read all of the things," and it bummed me out. But overall, the experience was great. So I wasn't just like leaving bummed. But I still saw everything, but I didn't feel like I got as much information as I could have.
We just wanted to hang out a little bit longer than we had, for sure.
We could have definitely spent double the amount of time, honestly, and seen everything and read all the little things. Oh my God, I would have totally done it. So, here we go. Now we're going in.
Here
Tour
we go.
time.
Are you guys ready?
I love it. As soon as you open up and you go into this little like first hallway, it says no story lives unless someone wants to listen. And I love that. And that really kind of hit. And I was like, yeah, that's fucking
Which,
right.
whenever I read that, I instantly thought about our, like, every time we go to the cemeteries and, like, the reason that we like to hang out and, like, you know, look at all the headstones and, like, gravestones. It's like to remember these people that we never met, but to acknowledge that these people lived. And that quote just goes right along with why we like doing that, you know? Like, it's,
Absolutely.
you know, it was just very
It's
profound. when we walked in.
listening to the stories, always being the ones to want to hear the tales.
Yeah,
So
so I liked it.
here we are, and I found Hagrid.
Yeah.
Hell yes,
You're up to his waist. That's nice.
I am. I'm very tiny compared to Hagrid size. And then there's baby Harry.
Mm.
So I'm like, I'm in it. Look, I'm there. I'm like
There you
pretty
are.
much in the movie, you guys. And you walk in, and then you've got the little Harry Potter closet where he lives. So as soon as you walk in, you're like, oh my God, there it is. There's Harry's room. What the fuck? It's pretty cool. So you're like, okay, what's going on? All right, we just got some like cutouts. It's got to get better than this. And then you're in the little like entry room, and there's a bunch of posters, and the posters are from each of the movies. It's all the promotional posters. So that was kind of neat seeing how they evolved as well. Like from the very beginning of the story, it was a little bit happier. It was a little more kid friendly. The colors were brighter. And then as you go through the progression and you could see all the posters next to each other, following the story arc, it gets much darker.
Yeah.
Everything gets darker. The colors are darker. The whole mood in which they're portraying completely shifts. Like the last one to the first one, it's very different, which is very true to the story.
Yeah.
So
Sure. Yeah, the design of all of it, of everything, I was super intrigued at, like, because they did really well with that whole story, because not only did the kids grow up and the story got darker, but the design behind all of it, like, grew with them as well. So even, like, in the posters themselves, you could see the evolution of this whole story, which was super cool.
yeah, it was really neat seeing them all back to back like that. I loved it.
And they had some of, like, the release posters from different countries too. So there was, like, some of the Asian posters. Did you see, like, it was either Chinese or Japanese? There was one that had kanji or something on it though. But so they had different international posters too, and showed the differences between them, which was cool.
That's so cool.
No Polish ones though, which I really would like to see the Polish ones. I've learned that movie posters in Poland, the artwork on the movie posters really don't have a lot to do with the movies themselves.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, they're fucking weird. The Polish movie posters, if you get bored, go on a movie poster hunt for Polish movie posters, because they're weird. Like, they're just like art. They don't really have anything to do with the movies. They're fun.
Okay, so things are a little bit out of order, so I'm going to make sure to find the video. Where's the fucking video? I need to find it for you. Video of the Great Fucking Hall, you guys.
Oh, thanks, buddy. That's nice. Yeah, we appreciate the art, man. And like that's for me. Like I'm not huge Harry Potter fan. Like I like the movies. I think they're good, but really until the last few movies where it got darker, like I was like, yeah, it's fine. They're pretty. They're fantasy movies, and like I always enjoy a pretty movie. But the artwork behind them all, like they did really well with it. The design behind it, and just the marketing around it was gorgeous.
Oh yeah, I love it. The imagery is unfucking believable. All the set design, all the costumes, everything.
Yeah.
I love it. I love how in depth the story is, and I like how it is, the battle of good and evil, which is something that we face all the time in all of our lives. Looking at the way the world works, there's always this battle between good and evil, and the evil ones don't even think they're the evil ones a lot of times.
Yeah. Doing what
And
they think is right.
and in the end, in the Harry Potter story, it's not the happiest ending. I mean, there's a lot of triumph that happens, but there's a lot of loss as well. And even though they defeated the bad guy in the end, Hogwarts was still largely destroyed, and there was very important loved people who didn't make it through the story. So it wasn't just this happy ending where it's like, yay, Hogwarts was totally saved and everyone's alive and everything's fine and the bad guy's gone. It just wasn't it wasn't that cut and dry. Oh my god, spoilers. I'm sure everybody
Oh, that's
has
spoilers,
seen,
jeez.
okay, let me ask, has anybody not seen or read Harry Potter? Is anybody not familiar with the story, especially that plans on learning about it or watching it or reading it or what have you? And then tell me, Harry Potter fans, do we have fans or do we have like people that are like uninterested or have no idea, whatever? Tell me, because I don't want to spoil anything specific. I'll be mindful about the way I say things, which actually that whole sentence that I just said, that was me being aware of not calling out very specific things just in case. So tell me, can I speak freely about the Harry Potters, or do I need to be mindful? Let me know. Because otherwise...
While we're thinking
wanna ruin
about
it.
that and waiting, can we show the Polish movie poster for the movie Aliens real quick?
Sure, if you want to, we can do that.
Just real quick.
Okay, Roxy, huge fan here. I will watch any Harry Potter movie at any moment. Good. I am literally right there with you. Good. Oh, man. I would love to go with you to this place then. I wish you were with me. You would have loved it so much. You had so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
I was freaking out.
I was going to show the movie poster for the movie Aliens. I was talking about the Polish movies or their movie posters having nothing to do with the movies. This is the movie poster in Poland for the movie Aliens.
What?
Yeah. I found a torrent one time that was 6,000 B movie and exploitation movie posters, and I was like, okay, cool. But the Polish, they had them from all over the world, and specifically the Polish ones, I was like, these are my favorite movie posters. Like, they had nothing to do with the movies whatsoever.
What? That's fucking awesome.
Whatsoever.
That's a
But
cool
that
tattoo,
one-
this guy.
I know, right? But that stood out to me. It's for the movie Aliens.
No,
and I was
that's
like, that
fucking
has
funny, dude.
nothing to do with the movie Aliens.
That's
Like,
super funny,
but
dude.
score.
Oh my god, I love it.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
Side
so
tangent.
nobody said, "Oh,
nobody's-
I haven't seen Harry Potter. Don't spoil it." So I'm just gonna I'm
Okay,
just gonna
good.
roll with
So
it.
we can go.
We're just gonna roll with it.
There you go. Spoilers.
Okay, are you guys
Princess,
ready?
that's something unique. Yes, yes, it is. And yeah, that's a good tattoo, actually. It's
Okay, so this is the first thing that you do. Once you go through the movie poster entry thing, there is a guide, and you go into this like room where they like tell you the rules about all the things that you're not supposed to touch and shit, and they give you a little bit of a backstory, and then they throw you into not throw you, but you get
They just
ushered
throw you.
into a little theater where you have an introduction by the cast members, which is really cool. They're like, hello, welcome to the studios. This was our home for 10 years, and we just want to, thank all of the entire crew and all the art crew and everybody and the caterers and like literally every person. So they kind of give you a kind of overview of like how many people that it took to actually make this shit happen and how much that this whole place means to them.
Yeah.
So that was really nice.
And they made sure to call out all the behind the scenes people and the VFX artists and like just everybody, like the textures people and the textiles hunters and the costume designers and just everyone, which was really,
Hundreds of people.
really cool.
It was
a
nice.
giant team. And they showed like behind the scenes stuff and like talked about, how they were all a family because they worked on this for like 10 years. Everybody lived there for a decade and worked on this together.
They were
And-
so young when they started too.
yeah. So they showed them like everybody celebrating birthdays, and they're all like the birthday cakes for everyone that would come out, and like it was really cool because you could tell that everybody was a family. I mean, they had to be. They worked together forever and saw each other every day for years. So it was really cool to get to see that aspect of it.
Yeah, and then them like welcoming us into their home. They're like, we're glad that you are fans. Thank you for being fans, and we're happy that you're here and you get to like share this experience.
Yeah.
So then we're like, okay, fucking awesome. What's next?
What's happening?
And then boom, you go into the Great Hall.
Yeah, and actually there was a girl there who it was her birthday, and I guess they found out somehow, so they called up the girl.
They asked, is it anybody's birthday? And then she raised her hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So since it was her birthday, she got to go up and help open the doors, and like there was the person that worked there, and then she came up and like they got to like push the doors open. But
So if you
they
ever
were just
go,
like-
just say it's your birthday. No
Yeah.
one's gonna check.
Yeah,
Just
raise
say it's your
your hand.
birthday and you get to open the door.
Definitely. Say
Oh
it's
my
your
god.
birthday.
Okay, so this is the Great Hall.
Welcome to the Hogwarts Great Hall. Oh my God!
You're gonna see me in
This
prime
is where
ridiculous
they
mode.
filmed it. This is where the magic happens.
Yeah. So like the opening room, like we were sitting,
Yeah.
we were sitting in like a theater room, and they opened those doors that we were looking at.
There's
They opened
witches
those,
flying on top
and
of
this
the
is what you
tree.
walk into.
Which is the best. Yep, and we got some apples.
There's apples.
And then look at the cute little guys.
Which, learned a fun
They're so
fact about the
cute.
apples. I'll
This is
share.
our friend. Hello.
Such a small tour, it was fucking great.
So awesome. And then look at this amazing icy land here. Ooh. That's pretty beautiful.
The music's good.
It's all made out of resin.
Yeah, there's like a giant
I'm just
icicle
so
hanging
excited.
down.
This is so fun. Hooray!
Those Christmas trees have like witches flying around the top of them.
Welcome to
There you go.
So the apples, I had a thing about the apples. I keep coming back to the apples because there's a scene, I forget which movie it is, but there's a scene where they're going into the Great Hall and they're talking about like it's showing all the fancy food and everything that they have, and it's all this like magical looking desserts and all these crazy looking foods, and then there's just like a stack of apples on one of the plates, and I was like, all this fancy food and they've got apples, like which one of these kids is like seriously gonna eat apples when you got all these things? And then immediately after that it goes over to, what's the guy's name? Rupert
Oh yeah.
Rupert.
Rupert.
It shows him and he's got an apple and he's like mowing down on an apple, and I was like, you're eating an apple, like it's all this food and you got an apple, like what is going on? So whenever we walked in to the Great Hall, I was like, oh look, they got the apples. I was like, hooray, they got the apples, which is so weird to me that they have the apples. So I was talking to the two people that worked there that were standing there and telling them how I thought that was hilarious that they had the apples, and she actually gave me a fun fact about that and said that the reason that there were apples and that was what was being eaten in that scene
was because of out of all of that food and everything that was on the table, that was the one food that was real, that could actually be eaten. Everything else was fake, and it was like a prop, and you couldn't actually eat any of it. So in order to show them eating something and like to actually make it look like people were engaging with the food, they had to have something real, and it was apples. So they had a stack of apples. So,
That was pretty awesome.
so I was like,
to,
oh, look at that.
to learn that, because
Learning.
every time we watch the movie, he's like, "Why with the apples?"
Why with an apple? Like,
So
who is
when we
eating an
walked in,
apple?
I saw the apples. I was like, "Ah, there's the fucking apples!" And then he was like, "I have to ask. I have to fucking ask."
And the other one, she said that the other real thing that they would eat whenever there's ice cream, since they're doing these scenes over and over and over, and they need the ice cream to look the same in every scene, because if they did it with real ice cream, it would melt, and whenever they would come back to it, it wouldn't look real. So the ice cream was fake, but she said what was real was the chocolate syrup. So what you would see is, like, when Rupert's like eating, it would be like spoonfuls of chocolate syrup that he's eating, which is the only real thing. And she was saying how bad she felt for Rupert because he's eating throughout all the movies. Like, he's just like eating constantly. But really, if you start paying attention, he's eating the same things over and over and over for years. Like, so for all the like years that they were filming, he's eating the same bullshit forever. It's like, oh man, that
Poor
does suck.
guy.
That poor guy. It does kind of suck.
So yeah, so we got through that, and it was kind of cool because we let a lot of the tour go ahead, because I was just videoing and taking all the photos in the Great Hall. A bunch of people were like, "Oh, that's cool," and then just moved along. So they were just like already doing the thing, and of course we're like the laggers on every fucking tour, because I want to see everything and read everything and take all the photos.
Yeah, we're always last.
All the photos. So there's this guy here who was the architect of Hogwarts. So they illustrated him. As soon as you walk in, you've got the architect of Hogwarts holding the model of Hogwarts. I thought that was pretty cool. And then there's these cool little creatures, like a little badger or whatever, and a wonky lion down there or something.
Badger and a wonky lion.
So then you walk in, and you've got all these different little sections around you. So there's like all these different props and different things, and you can tell you're like straight up in the studio at this point. So you guys will get the walkthrough studio tour. So to the right, we have some costumes, and I loved it. And I love, without any faces, you can just feel who everybody is. You can just fucking feel it exuding from these costumes. It's so fucking awesome. Even the mannequin looked very Snape-ish.
Yeah.
Oh, come on now. Hold on. Oh, this was so awesome.
Oh, the podium.
Oh my god.
Best podium ever made. Hands
Actually,
down.
you know, I think it, hold on, I think it skipped. Yeah, there was like a wide view there. I don't
Oh,
know
yeah,
why
there we
the
go. There's
pictures fucking
Hagrid's
bounce
clothes
around.
back
Yeah,
there.
there's Hagrid. No, now it's going all fucking crazy. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, the fucking podium, which I love so much when the owl fucking flies and gets all whoosh.
Yeah.
It's so fucking cool. So to get to see that in real life was like awesome.
Yeah.
And then the floating candles. I loved it. I thought that
Which
was
in
so
the
cool.
the display, you can kind of see them up at the top up there. In the display, they moved. They had them on like fishing lines, so they would like float and like they would like bounce around, so they looked like they were floating. Super cool.
Oh, that's so funny. Your brother put chocolate syrup on baked potatoes because he thought it was barbecue sauce. Okay, that's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
So then here's more of their cute little costumes.
It's cutting off the top. Can you shrink it down a little?
Yeah. It'll either cut off the top or the bottom. We have to choose one.
You can shrink it to the window though, right?
Yeah, but then it's so small in the fucking middle. I have to like zoom everyone.
Gotcha. I see.
If there's anything specifically we need to not cut off, we'll adjust.
That makes sense.
Yes. So this looked fun.
Yeah.
It's just like a bunch of fun, yummy things. Like, yes, that looks delicious and amazing. This is the tailor's thing here. So this is the little markings on the tailor thing. And it shows a lot of the different fabrics and stuff like that that they used to make the costumes. So neat. The wigs. Look at everybody's fucking wigs. Ah! So it's Luna's wig. You just have everyone's little wigs. I don't know what the fuck is up here.
Yeah, I
I
don't.
don't
I don't
know.
That's just the artist. That's the guy that makes the wigs.
There's Dumbledore. We got some beards.
Yeah. The Sirius Black facial hair was funny to me. I think that's.
Oh
it.
yeah, here it is right here.
Yeah.
Looked so real on his face, and seeing it just like pinned to a thing, you're like,
Yeah.
what?
And it's just like the tiniest little bit of hair. It's so funny.
So fucking neat.
Yeah. And I was thinking about it, like we were wondering, like why would he not just have the mustache? Why did he not just grow the mustache? But I guess same reason of the food being fake is you want it to look the same in all the scenes. So you need that fake mustache so that if you're doing the same scene over and over and over and it only covers a time span of, a minute and a half, you need that mustache to look exactly the same the whole time.
True, because in a
And,
couple
like,
days it
in
could
a
grow
couple
out
days
if
it'll
they
be
have to redo.
different.
That's
Yeah.
that's very true.
So you can just keep
It's
it the
easier
same.
to just have it consistent.
Yeah.
This was cool. The moving stairs with all of the portraits.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Loved it.
Which that was another thing I loved was that there was somebody had to go through and paint all of these portraits. They were all original oil paintings. Somebody went through and painted
Yeah, they're
all of these portraits, and a lot of them. One of the things that we read about, a lot of them are actually portraits of the people that were working on the movie. So it was like the camera operators and all the grip and everybody. So they actually got to be immortalized in these paintings, which I thought was super cool.
Yeah, that they got a choice if they wanted to be represented and immortalized, then
Yeah.
they could do it. So a lot of these people like that could be like, I don't know, the wig lady or
Yeah,
something
that
like
could be
that.
the wig lady. We don't know. But yeah,
It's
I thought
really
that was
cool.
awesome, and the fact that they were just original oil paintings. Again, admiring the art, I was blown away.
Yeah.
And because there were so many of them, there was a lot of these paintings.
There was a lot.
Like, this is just one little wall section, but there were
Yeah.
so many of these paintings.
That's
and
very true. There was a lot. So cool. Oh, so then we turn the corner and there's this massive, badass cracked cauldron with all of this art. Talk about cool art. Holy shit. Some of this fucking art was so cool. I don't know if all of this was like drawn by the crew or if some of this was actual like old art that they used. I don't know. But that over here, the leaky cauldron, like obviously
Yeah,
that
it
was
may
made
have been
for
a
the
combination,
show.
but there was, the one segment we walked through, they were talking about the designers on all this stuff, and like people worked on all these things and designed all of it, the little stamps and all the books and the wallpaper on everything, and like everything was designed and custom. So I bet all that was made.
Every
which-
little detail, they did not spare any details on anything. And being there and seeing it all, you could really see the details that you don't actually notice in the movies as much, like consciously. It's more of subconscious little things
Yeah.
that make it seem like it is a real world that you're viewing,
Yeah.
you know? And people had to think about all of the fucking details
Yeah.
that they knew might not be consciously even noticed, but
Yeah.
everything.
But it builds the texture of a world, you know. Like
It does. And it
things-
feels like such a real world.
It does.
So this is the dormitory, the boys' dormitory,
Yeah. There's their room.
which
Their
is
little
pretty
beds.
cool.
Which, yeah, building the world was what really blew my mind in this. Like, seeing all this, like, in the movies, the world is so giant. They built a gigantic world. I mean, like, the school is so big, and, like, everything, every scene Like all the rooms are so giant, and then you see this studio, and it's all so tiny, and everything is like crammed together, and like there's like not much space at all, and trying to figure out how they did the movie magic to make these things look so big was mind-blowing to me. That's actually
Speaking of that, that was a perfect segue about how the movie magic makes things look so big. This is a forced perspective thing where it's not very deep, but they made it so that it looks super long. So they basically scaled down and angled everything so that this is maybe 6 feet,
Maybe.
7 feet long, maybe, and
Yeah,
then,
maybe.
and they made it look like it's like 20 feet. So they were talking about how they do stuff like that,
Yeah.
which was so fucking cool.
Yeah, it was super cool. But yeah, that was one thing that blew my mind was just how they made these little scenes that they built look like
Look
this
huge.
ginormous world.
Yes.
That was
They
Harry
fucking
Potter.
nailed it.
Yeah.
They nailed all of it. And then this costume, I was like, God damn, this is fucking awesome. Look at her fucking vulture hat.
Totally.
Oh my god.
The costumes were on point too. All the
Oh my
wear and
God.
tear that they put into all of it,
Yes.
like they looked worn, and it was real good.
Just like the moon landing. That's fucking funny.
Yeah.
This, I love this. This is Professor Slughorn's hourglass. The one that the speed of the sand changes depending on the quality of the conversation, which I think that's a awesome concept. It's super, super cool.
Yeah.
So I love it. I love that they had that. I actually bought a keychain with that on it because I was like, fuck yeah, that's so badass.
Yes.
And there's Prisoner of Azkaban's number right there. The Philosopher's Stone. There's like all these just fun little props. This was fucking sick right here. This is the wands. So this is all the main characters' wands. And it tells you on each of the thing, which of course you can't see in this photo. I wish you could. It'd be a lot cooler if you could. But it shows you who everybody's wands are. And that was really neat seeing all the wands back to back like this.
Yeah. That was a really cool display. That was a great way to display
was.
them.
It was really,
pretty.
really, really great. So I loved that.
The
We were
little
like,
name
ooh,
tags.
which is our favorite wand, you know? Like we had fun looking at all of it. But I noticed something interesting that I thought was weird. Actually, let me see if we can actually see him. So Hermione's wand is this one here that has, of course, every time my cursor goes over it, it makes it blurry. But that's Hermione's, and it's got like vines and stuff on it. And then Neville's was not. It just was more like plain-ish wood with a little swirl, but it didn't have the vines and stuff growing on it, which doesn't make sense because he was like the herbal master guy. Like his whole thing was plants. Why would his wand not be planty? It should have been the most planty of everybody's. It would have made so much more sense. And I'm looking at it like, somebody dropped the ball on that one.
Somebody failed. I'm gonna write the author.
What's up with that? Come on. Should have a better wand. Okay, so then you just turn around from where you're at, and it is the common room. So you've got the Slytherin common room right here. And that is crazy. To just get to like
Yeah, just like be in it.
see it like that, like it's right fucking there. So here's some of the Slytherins just hanging out, kicking it.
The wand didn't choose the wizard. Well, I guess it did, but the wand made a terrible decision.
Wand made a bad choice. Should have had a fucking planty wand.
Mhm.
God.
Maybe the vine one chose Hermione, and then it was like, oh shit, I should have chosen Neville. I didn't know Neville was gonna
Well,
have plants.
she was like the best fucking wizard of all of them, really. So apparently, it worked for her.
Yeah, it
so
worked.
I'm glad it worked. It worked for her. In
Or
the end.
Neville's wand chose him, and then the vine one came along and was like, shit. Like, well,
This is the Gryffindor common room here,
Mm-hmm.
and it was decorated for Christmas still, which is pretty cool.
yeah, they still had all the Christmas
Oh, wow,
decorations up, which was fun.
Okay, now our photos are skipping around again, so we will have to find our spots once again. Okay, so this is me the most stoked ever
Yeah.
in the Gryffindor common room. I was so look at my face. I'm like pumping a fist. I was like I was fucking freaking out, and I'm glad
Yeah.
Dusty got that photo. It's a really hideous photo, but I look really happy, so
That's
I'll
great.
take it. It's great.
That's great photo.
It's really cute. Like, grab my Gryffindor, which was perfect. That was my room. It's my
Yeah.
zone.
Was there room?
And then you got the big thing here, big awesome
Big
clock.
pendulum.
Oh, and yeah, how cute would it be if Ron's matched Hermione's? It
Oh.
would have been pretty fucking cute in the end. And you got the big griffin. Oh, Sirius Black's fucking
Sirius Black's
badass
outfit.
costume. Look at his fucking badass costume here.
It was good. That one was one that them making it look all worn and old, they did great. Like it was all
did.
faded and like ripped and torn, and like it had all the stains in the right place. It looked really good. Even in person, I was like, "Damn, good job."
Yeah, they really did a very, very good job. And being up close, I'm like, even if you were zoomed in up close, you would be like, nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this was one of my favorite things. Oh, man, Dumbledore's office, dude. We went into Dumbledore's office, and the potions cabinet was so fucking epic, you guys. I was freaking out. I got to be up close and personal with the potions cabinet and all these little tiny beautiful vials that were all completely unique and different, and I loved it so much, you guys. I fucking loved it. And then you can see in this photo the top of it, it's basically decorated like the top of the Gothic cathedrals,
Yeah.
and it's all hand carved, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you kidding me? Fucking
Yeah, that
Christ.
case was so good.
So good.
Such a good case. All his little like potion bottles and stuff.
Ah.
Like, cool.
It was so good. So this is in his office. Oh, this was the pool where you pour the memory in there, and then you put your face in, and then you get the whole memory. And it's neat because if you look, it's plexiglass, but if you look underneath it, it's all black and swirly.
Yeah, they had a little screen underneath there that had like little swirly colors going. That was
It was cool.
fun.
Because I absolutely love that concept. I think it's a really cool concept. You know, maybe one day, somehow we'll be able to go into people's memories. And I loved that in the movie where you can like bottle somebody's memory and then choose to go in and see inside the mind of the person.
They're working on it.
It's so cool. But in this one, remember, Professor Slughorn altered the memory.
Mm-hmm.
So then you have to worry about that. If people
True.
can fuck with shit and tamper things, then you could pass anything off as truth if it is tampered with.
Yeah, memories are not all that reliable. Turns out.
It's also true.
That's why eyewitnesses are not the most reliable things.
So here's his fucking badass office and his super cool desk.
Good office.
A great office. It was so great. All these little tchotchkes and shit. There's all this fun shit that I don't even know what half of it is that's in there. Like, look at all some
Just
of this
fun
stuff.
things. Just a bunch of fun things.
Like, what's that?
Fucking fun steampunk microscope.
I don't even know what that is.
I think he's in the oil painting up on the top too, above. Yeah, no. He was in one of those oil paintings. They painted him after he died. They painted him into the paintings. So he became one of the oil paintings. I was reading about it, and it's him sleeping, which I thought was interesting. 'cause
Was
if
it
you-
the original Dumbledore you're talking about? The actor?
No,
Or after the character
No, after the
died?
character died. But actually, in those oil paintings, you'll notice all the ones in his office, they're all sleeping. It's all past professors that are sleeping.
Because I was thinking that looks like first Dumbledore.
It could be, yeah. I didn't read anything about that, but we weren't able to read everything. But the way that they're all sleeping after Dumbledore dies, spoiler, they painted
there was a picture of him sleeping. So all of these past professors that are sleeping, they're all the dead professors essentially that are sleeping.
That's super interesting.
Yeah.
I missed that.
But his whole office had
That's
sleeping
so cool.
sleeping past professors.
I was fucking jazzed on this shit super hard. Because it's just one of the coolest scenes. Now, my favorite, though, these are my favorite too. Dumbledore's office and the potions classroom.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
which was super cool.
Yes. I actually took a video in here. I'll have to show the video. Dude, it was so well done. Talk about all of those fucking details. Like, all this shit
Yeah.
was so good. Even down to, like, the worn appearance of all the bricks and everything.
And that's another one we were talking about, the design of all the random things. All those bottles have labels on them, and they honestly they all looked handwritten. Somebody went through and labeled all of them. They all had different. I was reading all those labels. They're all different. They're all different shit, and they have different things in all the jars. But that was some designer sitting there working on every single one of those labels for all those jars.
Yeah, which imagine that's your job. You just
Yep.
need to write labels for the next month.
Yeah.
Or something like that, you know? Like, whatever. I would fucking do it. Okay, I'm going
Oh,
to
yeah.
show the
I'll make
potions
Potion labels.
tour here. Why is it not? Hold on.
Roxy said she feels like if she was there, she wouldn't be able to tell if she was awake or dreaming. It's trippy. It's definitely trippy.
Yeah, it definitely felt like being in a dream world, and in this world in which has always been so prominent, like on our TVs. It's always there's been one step removed from you in this world, and especially if you read the books, you had like the whole
Yeah.
vision in your own mind. But as far as like the actual like official Harry Potter aesthetic that's out there. Even if we've watched the movies a million times, which I definitely have, like I feel very familiar with a lot of it. But being in a 360 type of thing, it was super trippy because you're in this thing that's only existed as one thing to you on your TV or in your mind from the books, things that you created. And then all of a sudden you're standing in the potions room. Like, holy shit, man.
Yeah.
It's so fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, and the little the potions or the little cauldrons there, the sticks were stirring.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the video in just a second.
Oh, you got a video of it?
yeah,
Cool.
yeah. I was just waiting until we got to that point.
I didn't know if you videoed that. Cool.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I was reading about Hermione's wand, and the vine is an uncommon wand type, but it stands for a greater purpose. Ooh, I
Stands for
like
having a
that.
greater purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, cool. Listen to me like geeking out super hard right now.
You guys, it's the potion room. Oh my freaking goodness. Let's start again. Wow, we. This is so awesome.
So fucking cool.
Oh my god, that's name. Who is the only proper pronouns that I have?
The Half-Blood Prince.
Dude. This is so
I love that you're here. I'm so glad you're here, JT, right now for this whole experience. I'm so glad because I know you love it so fucking much. So you get to enjoy it with
Okay,
us.
so you feel like you're in the potion land, and then da, 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 da. 360 studio. Oh my gosh. So cool.
That was fucking cool.
Ah,
You guys, it's the
it's so
potion
fucking
room.
cool. Of course, it just auto plays constantly. It's very annoying. But wow, that blew my fucking mind. I was so excited about that. And that, I mean, and then there was so much more to come after that. Like, that wasn't even, we're like in the first room.
Yeah, that's the, like, as soon as you walk in.
Yeah, this is, we're still in like the like entry,
Like 20 minutes
way.
into a 3-hour tour, like.
where some people it was 20 minutes and we were like a fucking hour in already because we just lagged. Everybody else probably blew through. We're like, oh, neato. And then I was like,
Yeah.
excuse
But
me.
that big pan that she did and showed everything, like that was the second room we walked into right after the Great Hall. So we went to the Great Hall, and then after that they were like, okay, you can walk through this way, and then you'll enter like the studio space, and that's where we walked into. And there was all these different like vignettes, basically, of all the different spaces, which were super cool. JT's about to cry.
I'm so
Okay.
glad. I'm so glad
You can cry.
that
We'll
you
never
are
know.
here. Yes. This is so great. I'm so glad to actually have Harry Potter fans in here
Yeah.
while I'm talking about it, because otherwise people will be like, that's cool.
Like,
And I'd be
whatever.
like, you don't fucking understand. It's not just like, that's cool. Like, it's the fucking best shit of all time.
That's super cool.
It's super fucking cool. So here's Hagrid's hut. Oh my god. Hagrid's fucking. Oh, fuck you.
There's Hagrid again.
Every time there was a video, it cuts it. And then it makes it go to the next thing. It's like super
Yeah, it makes
fucking
it go
annoying.
all wonky.
Yeah,
It's weird.
I don't know why it does that. I apologize that I have to keep going back and forth. But okay, here's inside Hagrid's hut. Yes, and they actually made 2 Hagrid huts, and they did them at different scales based on whether he was supposed to look super big when there was nobody else in the scenes. They could do that, and then they did one that was like regular sized as well, and then they would adjust. They had bigger costumes for him, or they would figure out ways to make him look bigger with forced perspective and all of this stuff. So that was pretty neat that they had 2 of them.
Yeah.
So that was telling you all about it. Oh, Dusty was super pumped with the brooms,
That's the Nimbus.
and he's flying. Look at his leg. That means he's flying.
That means I'm fine.
Yep, and then the Quidditch balls up here.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet.
Super cool. I didn't even see those before, actually.
Oh, you didn't?
Mm-mm.
Yep. And then there's Hagrid in all of his glory at full size.
Food magic. Good job.
Sweet. Let me guess. Oatmeal. I think he lives off of only oatmeal.
Okay.
And then this was great. Some of these photos, these paintings were fucking amazing.
Yeah. And large. Very, very large.
Yeah, they were legit. So yeah, keep in mind, this is where it was saying that a lot of these are the crew members. So like, this is like, it's like a dude. Who's that dude?
It's just a dude.
Like, that's probably like, I don't know. It's like the lighting guy or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the frames, like, oh man, the frames were really good.
Definitely.
It's just really amazing getting to see them all, like, personally. 'Cause it's tough watching the movie. They're just kind of background things, but then you're there and you're like, oh my god, it's real. It's right there.
Yeah.
She was my favorite. She looked super fun with her witch hat.
I was trying to find out. I was reading the things around there to see who the artist was that did all of those. And I didn't see any mention of who the painter was that did them.
That's really dumb
Which
that they
I-
didn't
Yeah, which I thought was
acknowledge the
kind of a fail.
painters. Oh yeah, for sure.
Uh,
So this region, you come around and there's these little green screen booths, which under normal circumstances, I would imagine at normal peak times, this would have all been lines of people, but there was nobody.
There's nobody there.
Thankfully, we just walked right up. But you go in, and they've got this little broom guy, and you sit on the broom, and they walk you through this whole thing. They're like, okay, now lean to the left, lean to the right, wave to your friends, do the thing, blah, 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 blah. And they put this whole video together of you flying around through Hogwarts and playing Quidditch and like doing all the things. And it was really cute. It was one of those things where, you know, they take photos of you, then they do the video, and then they want you to buy all the things and there was like a million things, and I wanted to just buy all of it. I did. I wanted to buy both of our videos and all the photos and all the fucking shit. But it was like $8 million
Yeah,
to
it
do
was a
that.
lot of money for all
So
of it.
we decided we got a poster. Have you seen these wizards? The poster, which was great. We
With a
totally
picture of
got
us.
with the picture of us, which was fantastic. And then we got me. Where is it at? I gotta find it. It's in my suitcase. It's me on a broom, and I'm flying around foggy Hogwarts, and I loved it. I was like, I fucking need that shit because I have a collection. Well, we have a collection. I think you could probably do without it, but I love it. Of all
I'm
of
in now.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm in for it.
okay,
Like,
good.
We got so many at this point. Like
the
keep it going.
cheesy tourist photos that you get from places in the little cardboard things or whatever.
That you pay $1,000 for per photo.
They're like 20 or 30 bucks or whatever. It's like so stupid. And I always thought that was like so stupid. They're just exploding people and people are like paying for their shit. And then I got a couple of them from whatever dumb things. And then I thought it was really fun to have a collection of them. And now I totally have a collection of them.
Yeah,
And now I
we
buy
get 'em
them.
everywhere.
Now I buy them.
Yeah.
Even though I'm like, God damn it, you fucking bastards. But like, I really enjoy it because our wall is just like covered with a whole bunch of like, there's me with Hello Kitty in Japan, and then there's like me holding a baby alligator in fucking South Florida, and then Winchester Mansion or whatever. You know, there's like, it's just us everywhere.
You guys chopping my head off at the Tower of, or no, the Amsterdam dungeon or whatever.
Yes. Yep. Yep. That's a
Like,
good one. Oh, and then
there's-
we've got. Actually, I need to put it up. When RJ and Joey came out to visit us, we went to a haunted house and we got one of those like the haunted house pictures, and it's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And Joey was like, "I don't like that," and I was
Yeah.
like, "Whatever," and put it on the wall. I love it.
Which one thing that's kind of funny is since it's always like green screen, there's always somebody that's got green hair in these photos. Whether it's me, there's a couple with Tavia too.
At the
And-
aquarium, yeah.
And like when you have the green hair, that gets turned into green screen. So it's like there's always somebody missing a portion of their head, like in one of the photos. Always fun. Good
It's
times.
so fun. I love it. I think it's really fun. It's a very silly collection, but it's an awesome collection.
Yeah.
And by the time we're old, we're going to have like an entire wall plastered with the shit. You know what? It's funny. Your grandparents, they have a whole room and the walls are completely covered in family photos. It's like photos from when you were like born until now, and then like all the grandkids and great grandkids and like the whole fucking thing, whole thing.
Yeah.
Ours is going to be all of our cheesy tourist photos from all over, and if any of our friends are with us, they'll be in the fucking photos too.
I like that.
But we're not
That's
having
fun.
a family.
Those
to
are
do
our
family
family photos.
That's our
They're
family.
Our
photos.
touristy photos. Yeah.
It's great. I think they're really, really fun. So that's good. Oh, check it out. Look at the fucking door. Oh, man. Really fucking cool. And
Yeah,
the car
there's the
and
car.
the Whomping Willow.
The Whomping Willow. I love the Whomping Willow so much. Which actually, with that car and the Whomping Willow, one thing that they were talking about in this region was the mechanics that they used to get the car to move around, and then like to get the Hagrid's bike to move around. But the armature that they used to move all of it was groundbreaking, and it was one of the the most advanced movement armatures like that had ever been built specifically to get the car to move and all the things, which I thought was super cool because it was like this lift that would go in any and all directions, and it was super smooth. But that was pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool to figure out like how did they do some of this shit.
Yeah.
Like, how did they do it? Like, gotcha. So that was fun.
Yeah.
With the whole car thing. And now this is the Weasley house,
Yeah.
which is super cute, and it just looked so like cozy. I just wanted to like hang out at the Weasley house, to be honest
I
with
know,
you.
right? It did seem like
They're
a
like
really cool
so
house.
nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're so fucking nice. So let's do a little zoom here. It's
Yeah,
just a
got the
very
outfits.
normal place that any.
All the little things on the table over there. Their little teacup collection.
Yeah. The burrow. So that was pretty freaking cute. Okay, so here's a few shots here. The lady was really nice, took a bunch of pictures of us. This was showing forced perspective about how when they filmed things to make Hagrid look really big and make everyone else look small, that there were certain movie tricks that they would do to make it appear as if one person was big and one person was really small. So they had us switch positions. So she's like, okay, who wants to be big first? And I was like, I want to be big first. I've never been big in my life. So
Which
I
in
look pretty
hindsight,
big.
looking at the photo, I wish that you had pushed up underneath the table, so it looked like we were both sitting at the table together.
Oh, true. That's a good point. And I should have cropped too on the photos. I could go in and like just do cropping,
Yeah.
so we don't see all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But use your imagination that it's cropped.
Use your imagination.
Yes.
And there's me being all tiny in the back.
Yes.
Look how big that table is versus my tiny little body.
Look at it. Yes.
I'm a dwarf.
It's weird because you're only like 5 feet away, but you definitely looked much smaller. And then we
Yeah,
did it.
Princess, there was a lot of that in the Lord of the Rings, for sure, with all the dwarves.
Oh, totally. It's really neat when you master that craft and to be able to do it.
Which
so
the
efficiently.
table, you can see where the table's split. Like, now that I know where the table's split, you can see it. So it's like the table was actually in two pieces and lined up to look like they matched. Because there was a gap in between it, so it was pretty cool
Yeah.
to see how that was done.
And then we switch here in a moment. There we go. Now I'm tiny again.
Yeah.
And Dusty looks all big.
Yeah. Which if the camera was down at a little bit of a better angle, our feet would be lined up and you wouldn't be able to tell that we're far away, because our feet don't match at this point, but if we cover, yeah, like if you zoom in and cover up our feet like to my waist, it looks like we're big and little, but
Oh, let's do a zoom over.
yeah, there you go. So it'd have to be cropped.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I look tiny.
You're super tiny.
Cute. So yeah, a lot of these little things like the flying on the broom thing and then this, like normally there would be lines, there was ropes for all of it and we did not have to wait at any point. Oh, this ship's so cool. Oh, I was fucking so stoked on this shit. Look at all the spooky stuff we got here. Oh man.
Oh, they were super
Cabinet,
cool
the
shit.
vanishing cabinet.
Those shrunken heads just stacked up in that bell glass.
Oh yeah.
It's like shrunken heads just stacked in
Yes.
there. Super cool.
So fucking cool. And there's a bunch of creepy masks going on over here. Loved it. The dog walk.
JT's so excited right now.
I know. I'm so glad that she's so excited. I'm so glad. Because I'm excited. And it makes me more excited when other people are excited too. Did the fucking hand coming out of the book? What?
Yeah.
I was like, I need that. Can I get that at the gift shop? And of course, they didn't have like any actual spooky shit.
Any of the cool shit.
No, there was like a couple things with dark marks on it, but it was like not actually creepy.
That monkey paw down there is really good too. Yeah, the glass right there.
Weird.
I thought that was super cool.
Yeah. It's fucking nuts. And the carved drinking horn.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty neat.
With the little like chicken feet holding it up. Did you notice that? Or they're like raven's feet or something?
Are they? Let me see.
There's little like toes on the stand.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there totally is. That's so cool.
Yeah, they're like little feet. It's super cool.
Love it. Okay, so we got our hands here. Oh, and here we are back at a goddamn video again, so it just ruins my life. Hold up.
Ruining lives again. 1 second.
Okay, finishing. Okay. All right, JT, you're about to freak out. Are you ready for this?
Are you ready?
Are you ready? Look at it go. Yes. It is like Voldemort's Death Eater Hall going on right here with Nagini in all of its glory. And
And the creepy ass
the fucking professor that was all fucking
where
fucked
she
up
was
and
like
possessed.
bound up and floating, like he was hovering her above the snake before she got eaten. That was one of the creepiest scenes. Like her floating like that.
Yeah.
Like, that was a super
Yeah.
creepy scene. And to have it set up like this and they have like her mannequin up there, like
Oh yeah.
that was so cool.
No, this is in the fucking movie. I think it was Deathly Hallows 1, I believe. Yeah, super super goddamn creepy. Wait, I took more photos of that. Hold on.
Yeah. There was definitely more photos of that.
Oh, I took a couple. Yeah.
There you go. That.
Oh, okay. So it skipped around just a little bit. So there's Snape being all Snapey, Snape-like.
Yeah. Yeah, with all the Death Eaters sitting around, and like, dude, and then her, like, in that display, she was moving, too. They had her, like, moving up and down, like, real slowly, and, like, it looked like she was kind of, like, wiggling and, like, writhing around. Like, it was creepy even just seeing it like that. Like,
Yeah,
that was a creepy-ass scene, man.
it was.
I feel like that, whenever that happened, you're like, oh, fuck, these movies just got dark. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
shit's going down.
yeah.
now.
But it's crazy because when you realize, like, this whole room, that all this fucked up, dark ass shit's happening, it's like, oh, you just got all this other stuff happening. Got Ministry of Magic over here, and you've got, like, all this stuff, and then you've got Umbridge's fucking office right there. The pink room is directly across
Yeah.
from the fucking Death Eater headquarters. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And they had the TV going. Actually, I think in that photo you can see it. So in the back, they've got the TV going that's
Oh, yeah.
showing that scene. And it really shows the post-production that they do and all the color correction to get
That was
everything
really cool
to
to see.
be the colors that they wanted. So like in that scene, everything is real dark and like blue, and the lighting on it was all bright like this, and they had it lit up so you could see everybody's faces and so they could get all the shadows the way they wanted. But then in post-production they turned it into the blue colors and everything that they wanted it to be to get like that Voldemort vibe. But it was really
was
cool
very
seeing
cool.
the scene right next to the actual like in the movie scene. Like,
Yeah.
it was a
Perspective
cool
for
display.
sure. By the way, Kirby, I just saw what you said that you retook the quiz, and it put you in Gryffindor. Yay, Gryffindor!
Oh, really?
Yay!
Nice.
That's pretty awesome. I love it. And yep,
Gryffindor.
JT saw it for 1 second, and she knew the family tree.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
I was like, hold up. Do they have this at the gift shop? Because I would love nothing more than the tapestry of the family tree.
Yeah, she actually brought that up while we are looking at it. She was like, I really hope they have a tapestry of that.
Yep, or a blanket or something. I was like, I
Something.
need this, and they didn't have a goddamn thing.
No.
It was.
Don't
I
care
mean, it
about
was a
that.
really cool gift shop. There was a lot of stuff, but there was things that I feel like true fans would have not been able to pass up. Like they missed the mark a little bit, even though there was a lot of really cool stuff. There was certain things where I was like, I feel like the true fans
Yeah.
would absolutely want something more unique that's more dear to them in the story, whatever part that they connect with, more so than just like, you know, Hedwig owl plushie, which like we still need those, but like what about the tapestry? Like why are you holding out on
Yeah.
me on the fucking tapestry?
can't we get the
God
family tree?
damn. Did I see the big headstone, the one with the skeleton with the wings and the sickle? I do not believe so. I don't think that they had that up.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So speaking of, sorry, the tapestry, I'll show you guys the fucking
Yeah, family tree.
awesome,
And that
like the old wallpaper that they
thing was
have.
fucking giant, too. It was
It
huge.
great. So fucking cool.
There's a skull.
Yes. So fucking cool. Yeah, like a blanket with that. Well, you can get blankets printed with like whatever you want on them. Really, that's what I
good.
want.
Oh, that would be a really good blanket.
I want that first blanket, please.
That's a good blanket. Yeah.
Sometimes I might need a present, and if I do, and you're like,
Sometimes.
"What should I get for my lovely wife as a present?" Since it's like present time or whatever, I'm just saying. If you think about it,